Good morning, everyone, and welcome along to today's BCP Planning Committee. My name is Councillor Kelsey, and it's my job today to chair the meeting. The first thing we will do today is I will firstly ask the Democratic Services Officer to read out the instructions for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please note that this meeting of the Planning Committee is being recorded by the Council for live broadcast and will be published on the Council's website for a minimum of 6 months. For members of the public that are in the room, it is possible that the cameras will capture your image. By your presence, you are deemed to consent to be filmed and to the use of those images and sound recordings for webcasting and/or training purposes. The meeting may also be recorded or streamed for live or subsequent broadcast by members of the public, although ultimate discretion in this matter lies with the chairman in case of disruption. Please could everyone present follow these ground rules. Only speak when invited to by the chairman. Please use the microphones on your desk when speaking, and please remember to turn them off when you are finished. If accessing the meeting via Microsoft Teams, please turn on your video function when invited to speak. Again, if you're accessing via Teams and would like to speak on
It is made up of 5 fields of 12 hectares of agricultural land that currently forms part of a Highmoor farm. Fields 1 and 2 are used to provide hay, field 3 is used as pony paddocks, fields 4 and 5 are used for cattle grazing. The site itself is not designated, however the majority of the adjoining land is afforded ecological protection, which is SSSI, SPA, SAC, Ramsar and SNCI. As such, the adjoining area has been recognised as being of local wildlife importance. Heathland Support Area is a form of a heathland infrastructure project as defined by the Dorset Heathlands Planning Framework, which states HIPs are physical infrastructure projects that provide facilities to attract people away from protected heathland sites. Heathland support areas are sites usually adjacent to Dorset Heathlands where the area provides important functional support to the protected site. This might be in spreading public access pressure, enabling better site management, or making the designated site more resistant to external effects. Because of the close proximity, these sites will not be intended to attract new visitors in the same way as SANGs. The proposal is a standalone application to deliver the policy required HSA within the area of TV3 land as defined by policy PP21 to deflect the recreation pressures from the heathland. As you can see, this is the extract map from the local plan providing the area of TV3. The impacts of the proposal has been assessed in the case officer's report. However, the following slides would provide an overview of these aspects. So in terms of the impact on the character and appearance of the area, the proposal would not affect the nearby setting of the Talbot Village Conservation Area as advised by the Urban Design and Conservation Officer. The proposal would not significantly alter the character and appearance of the area itself, as it would retain its rural open character, which positively contributes to the character of Talbot Village. Overall, in terms of visual aspects, the proposal would comply with the provisions of policy PP27 and PP30 of the Poor Local Plan. In terms of residential amenity, the proposal would not result in any operational use that would have a materially harmful impact on the amenities of the local residents. There will be no loss of light, privacy, noise, or additional shading that would be caused by the proposed scheme. The proposal would comply with provisions of policy PP27 of the Poor Local Plan in that regard. The introduction of the recreational activities on site, such as walking, exercising dogs, or cycling, would improve the well-being of the local residents, providing a significant community benefit. In terms of access, parking, and highway safety, no new vehicle access routes or car parks are proposed to facilitate the HSA as per its nature, and therefore the proposal would have no additional impact on the highway and pedestrian safety in vicinity of the site, in line with the provisions of policy PP34 of the Poor Local Plan. Similarly, the proposal would not affect the archaeological findings in the area. It would not result in any diversion or closing off of any footpaths, and it would not give rise to any increased risk of flooding in the area. The proposal is not an EIA development, as confirmed by the EIA screening opinion adopted by the Council on the 28th of June 2021. The proposed scheme offers a range of biodiversity enhancements suggested within the Ecological Impact Assessment Report, such as relaxation of the existing grazing regime to encourage breeding and nesting habitats for birds, gorse and bramble management, tree planting, creation of new hedgerows, hibernacular for reptiles and amphibians, bat boxes, log piles, brush piles, back hotels, and many others, which are considered acceptable and can be conditioned in accordance with the policy PP33 of the Poor Local Plan. Additionally, the proposal would offer the enhancement outlined in the Talbot Heathland Support Management Plan, such as fire management of the site, improvement to footpaths and site boundaries, provision of informative signage and community art, benches, bins, and others. The submitted Ecological Impact Assessment Report also provides the precautionary approach with regards to potential badger, bat, nesting birds, nightjar, and reptile habitats. The proposal would have no impact on any trees on site, as advised by the Council's Arboricultural Officer, and it will also achieve over 21% biodiversity net gain on site in accordance with the emerging requirements of the Environment Act 2021. The scheme is supported by Natural England and the Council's Biodiversity Officer, subject to conditions listed in the report. The proposal is a subject of Section 106 agreement, which would secure the following: to retain the use of the HSA in perpetuity, to establish the management company which will be responsible for the future maintenance of the site, to establish the management liaison group, which will oversee the management of the HSA, providing guidance and advice, to ensure that BCP Council is not financially responsible for the management of the site in future, and in the event of the management company being unable to perform its duty, to secure a bond of £90,000 or a suitable alternative financial security to allow the BCP Council to maintain the site until such time when the new management company is operational again. The draft heads of terms had been agreed with the applicant to reflect the above points. It is acknowledged that the proposed scheme raised a high volume of concerns with regards to its potential impact on the protected habitats on site and on the adjacent site, and the potential loss of existing green space in Talbot Village. As you can see from the case officer's report, the proposal would not result in the loss of the existing green space, but it would provide an alternative new recreational space for the local residents, which can be enjoyed without putting an additional pressure on the protected heathland on the adjacent land. A number of ecological benefits and biodiversity enhancement can be implemented on site to ensure its improved and thriving. A visitor's survey has been undertaken by the applicant between August and October 2021, which provides a snapshot of how the adjacent heathland is being used. The survey provided the following results. 960 visits were recorded by 502 visitors, mainly to walk and exercise dogs. 71% of those visitors advised that they visit the site directly from home multiple times per week due to its convenient location. The visit would take between 30 minutes to an hour each time. It is therefore clear that the heathland is loved and often visited by the local residents, and this is also reflected in the number of objections, over 230 of them received against this proposal. Most of these objections reveal how often the heathland is visited by the local residents for the variety of reasons. These statements contribute to the overall picture of how often the heathland and its biodiversity are exposed to these recreational activities. These objections also prove how the recreational activities on that protected land contribute to the well-being of the local residents. So it's clear that there is a need for these activities to be maintained in the area, however, without impacting the protected heathland. The visitors' survey provides a clear reason to implement the measures that would divert the recreational activities away from the heathland. These measures can be achieved by the implementation of the proposed scheme in accordance with the provisions of the policy PP21. In view of these considerations, the clear ecological benefits arising from the scheme and its compliance with the adopted policies, the proposal is recommended for approval, subject to conditions listed in the report and Section 106 agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Mr. Tyler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So public speaking on this item. Up first, we have in objection Sheila Warner, the Chair of Talbot Woods Resident Association.
My name is Sheila Warner. I'm a committee member of the Talbot and Branksome Woods Residents Association. The case officer's report, para 115, the compliance of the scheme of the policy land allocation has been confirmed by the BCP Planning Policy Officer. That officer is mistaken. Full Local Plan Policy PP21 Figure 30 shows the boundary dividing TV2 and TV3 ending between numbers 110 and 108 Dulcie Road. In contrast, this planning application site plan shows the boundary giving a larger area to the TV2 Innovation Quarter as it ends behind the property in the Aylith Road cul-de-sac, where Talbot Village Trust coincidentally owns the next door property, number 71 Aylith Road, which backs onto Highmoor farmland. This has not been marked in blue, and the right-of-way FPA 15 running along the side of number 71, which leads on to the heath and also to footpath 33 between the fields 4 and 5, also has not been marked in red. The blue line of ownership should also extend to include 100 Dulcie Road, which backs onto TV2. The application site plan is incorrect and invalid. The accompanying 2021 area management plan states at 113, an HSA is not a location to proactively attract informal recreation. The intention is to simply dilute the amount of existing recreation on the heath by providing a larger area for informal recreation. Talbot Village Housing Estate has no right of way onto the heath. A small minority gain unofficial access by going through a hole in the hedge in Isaacs Close, then across a patch of land which does not belong to Talbot Village Trust, in order to access a steep permissive path down to footpath 33. This proposal deliberately invites residents from 575 dwellings, 88 student village dwellings, AUB's halls of residence, and potentially all students attending the two universities down into the HSA, just a wire fence away from Talbot Heath SSSI, and also not shown here, there will be a gate out of HSA onto the Heath itself. The Section 106 agreement is a material planning consideration, but not open to public scrutiny. Have you committee members been able to read it? The case officer states this is a standalone application, but the application's area management plan at 7.2 states funds to develop the plan will be derived from development of the innovation quarter at Highmoor Farm.
Thank you, Mr. Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Up next, in objection, we have Harriet Stewart-Jones of Preserve Talbot Heath. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Along with Nick Dobbs, who can't be here today, I'm one of the admins on the 1,600-member Preserve Talbot Heath group. Highmoor Farm, Poole's last remaining working farm, is not some abstract piece of land. It has for generations helped to protect the precious lowland heath of adjacent Talbot Heath SSSI Nature Reserve. The farm's destruction would be a massive loss to BCP, to its residents, its wildlife and its future generations. Converting these fields into a so-called Heathland support area, an urban park, is the start of that process. It is absolutely not a standalone application. Highmoor is a much-loved feature of our town. Over 3,600 local people have signed a petition calling for its protection. Hundreds have taken the time to submit written objections. The HSA is not wanted, not needed, and won't work. The application is not, as stated in para 118, intended to relieve current footfall pressure on Talbot Heath. Current footfall on the Heath is less than 150 visitors per day on average. This does not merit an HSA. The purpose is clearly primary mitigation for the applicant's applications to build the innovation quarter on the farmland, resulting in 1,770 workers commuting on a daily basis and a huge uplift in the number of recreational visitors to the Heath and HSA. Throughout this long-term planning process, the applicants have consistently understated the biodiversity of Talbot Heath and Highmoor Farm. In their application, they reference records held at DIRC that are up to 10 years out of date, despite hundreds of more recent records being available. By their own admission, they have conducted wildlife surveys at suboptimal times. For example, bird breeding surveys at the end of the nesting season. How can an ambition of 21% net gains in biodiversity be realised in the absence of robust baselines? The supplied management plan is clearly inadequate, as highlighted by the biodiversity officer's comments. And two important documents are missing from the public domain. Neither the biodiversity net gain report cited in condition 11 nor the section 106 agreement have been made available for public scrutiny. In the absence of these, we ask the committee to reject this application today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Up next, we have in support Mr. Nicholas Ashley Cooper, Chairman of Talbot Village Trust. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and fellow members. Thank you for this opportunity to address you this morning. I am the Chairman of the Talbot Village Trust, a charity that has been around since 1850, helping South East Dorset. We as trustees are all volunteers. We are driven by one purpose, which is to make a positive impact to the local region. We do this really in two ways. We give £1 million each year in grant support for various charities. And we also do this by acting as stewards of the land around Talbot Village, the Conservation Village, the universities, and what we're talking about today, which is the Highmoor Farm and the Heathlands. We take that responsibility incredibly seriously, and we are genuinely excited to bring forward this proposal today. At its heart, this is about protecting the environment and providing an additional public amenity space. So turning over what is private land into public space for community well-being. The Trust takes the environment incredibly seriously, and we are very keen to help support the heathland and the important biodiversity that is contained within it. We are doing this as a standalone project. It is not linked to any other. We are committed to do this whatever happens on the TV2 area, and we believe that it is a very, very positive step for the wildlife in the area and the community's access. As has been already explained, this has the full support of your own biodiversity officer and Natural England. We always consult and do any proposal on the heathland and the surrounding area with their input, and we're very keen to increase the biodiversity in the area, and we have also committed to manage this heathland support area for the long term and do it as part of a liaison group made up of the local community, BCP councillors and trustees and other statutory organisations. So I do hope you see how an exciting initiative this is. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Up next, we have Mr. John Baker, responsible for the land management of Talbot Heath. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you all for the opportunity to address you today. I'm responsible for managing Talbot Heath on behalf of Talbot Village Trust. I live a stone's throw away from Talbot Heath, and I grew up playing here for the best part of my childhood. Inevitably, human pressures and increased footfall have had an impact across Talbot Heath. My role is to maintain footpath, neglected scrubland, heathland, and any unfortunate fly tipping. This planning application will give the community access to a beautiful, uncharted pocket of land. Thus, this land has been exclusively used for grazing, limiting vast amounts of potential biodiversity and offering minimum production for wildlife. The change of this green space, which is roughly the size of 17 football pitches, will benefit our local community and visitors to the area. My team, along with others within our community, will be involved in the management of this land. New pathways, benches and safe routes for dog walkers will provide a pleasant new site and surroundings for everyone to enjoy. This application will help Talbot Trust and BCP Council to proactively manage human pressures by diverting the local community and anyone visiting the area into the heathland support area, and by doing so will protect and increase biodiversity by 20%. I'm sure you're all aware of the past and present fires across local heathlands. Talbot Heath is particularly challenging for emergency response vehicles to navigate across. So what the Trust and myself would like to improve on is providing much needed easy access routes, therefore accelerating response times and potentially limiting danger to vulnerable wildlife in nearby residential areas. This application is supported by some very knowledgeable parties, including Natural England and the Council's Biodiversity Officer and Arboricultural Officer. I hope this committee is able to help to support and approve this application to secure this heath and support area for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We also have two ward councillors that are both on Teams and would both like to speak. Councillor Rampton.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Thank you, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to address you, and my apologies that I can't be with you in person. This contentious application has generated a petition of 3,600 signatures and 232 written objections. That level of concern, which I am in agreement with and pleased to support as ward councillor, reflects the very real fears from local residents that this application means the end of the last working farm after decades of farming use and food production, the eviction of the tenant farmers and an end to the vision of the Talbot sisters. Shamefully, those tenant farmers have just been given notice to vacate by October this year, a presumptuous and, in my opinion, arrogant move by the landowning applicant, who must believe that this application is already in the bag. The world has changed. We are in a food production emergency. We cannot afford to lose food producing land. The demand for workspace has decreased and the demand for natural environment has increased. The pandemic has shown creative and digital work can be done anywhere, including from home. The 12 hectares, 30 acres of Highmoor Farm, the pleasure residents get from seeing and interacting with the animals on the working farm and the production of food from the farm will be lost forever at a time when physical and mental health needs have never been more significant. Please, members of the committee, don't be swayed by the argument that the Heathland Support Area is a standalone application to relieve the pressure on the Heath. This is one of the most disingenuous arguments I have heard since the digital exchange application. I refer you to the representation made by Talbot and Branksome Woods Residents Association, where they remind you that the medium and long-term viability of this proposal is predicated upon future planning proposals. This gives the lie to it being a standalone. It is dependent on future applications being approved, just as those same future applications are dependent on this. What, for example, would happen if this was approved and funding streams for the management then run dry? Does this mean that any future applications have to be approved in order to maintain the HSA? There is no need for extra space to protect the heathland. Those who know and use the heath can attest to there being little or no pressure from footfall. To lose this amazing space in the middle of our conurbation would be a tragic loss for the future. It has nothing to do with diverting current football on Talbot Heath. Its only purpose is as mitigation for the imminent proposed development of the area into an innovation quarter and possibly a new private hospital, which will together increase the footfall by more than 10 times the current amount, decimating our nature reserve and hastening the death of biodiversity on Talbot Heath. The proposed net gain of 21% is interesting from a baseline of what? No baseline studies have been carried out. This area is not a clipped lawn, it's a natural space. Once Highmoor Farm and its hard-working tenants are gone, that's it, they're gone for good. This application is being rushed through under the old pool local plan, when a new BCP plan is currently under consultation and which undoubtedly will look very different, and rightly so. Surely our conurbation through the lens of climate emergency and a very different set of priorities. You cannot look at this application as standalone. It's a manipulation of the facts by the developer, a manipulation of the planning system, and the losers here are not only residents who live and work here, but our local wildlife. We elected councillors can do our bit today to protect and save our natural heritage and wildlife for our future generations. Please be incredibly mindful of the decision you are making today and see this application for what it really is. We need a better public legacy which serves our residents' needs now and through the years. Mr Chair, I plead with committee to defer this application in order that a holistic and realistic view can be taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rampton. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you to my ward colleague for going through a lot of what I was intending to talk about as well. And again, thank you for the ability to be able to join virtually, and apologies I can't be there. Mr Chairman, I would like to start by recognising, and we saw it in the declarations that were declared at the beginning, the amount of very good work that Talbot Village Trust does across the whole conurbation. They are a charity, and as we heard from many of my colleagues, they do a tremendous amount of good work. They are not developers, and they are there to to really help our area. However, we have to look at applications that come forward on their own merit and not in the context of other activities. And a little bit like some of the previous speakers, I still think that there are too many questions to be asked for me to be able to support this application as it currently stands. Mr. Chairman, I have been a little bit on the fence over this because, as we heard, there are a number of good things that are coming potentially coming out of this application. 12 hectares of currently inaccessible land to be opened up for recreational use, a biodiversity net gain, although, as we've heard from my colleague, there are still some questions about baseline there, but on the face of it, it does have the support of our officers, and also kind of ongoing maintenance of that land, which on the face of it do sound quite positive, and it's quite hard to argue with opening up land that isn't available for the public to enjoy. However, there are still too many questions to be asked over this, which the committee may well be able to explore today and answer. But I just think there are probably too many at this stage, certainly for me to be able to support. First of all, as my colleague has pointed out, there's the issue of the ongoing maintenance, and I note that in a lot of the material that's been presented, there are a number of opportunities that are purported that this development will be able to provide, such as seating, secure dog walking areas, new hedgerows, supporting birds and bats, and lots of potential opportunities, but not a tremendous amount of detail about when they will come through. And do we have the confidence that certainly in the short term they will present themselves? Because as I'll mention in the beginning, this is very much about an application as a prelude to further development. We've also heard from the Residents Association the very real question mark over some of the site plans and the fact that it currently does not accord with policy PP21, and it does look as if the information that presented to us actually expands the TV2 area, which is where the purported innovation quarter goes in. I would like some clarity over that, because if it doesn't, if the site plans aren't correct and it doesn't comply with previous designations, then that's clearly not right. Moving on, I think there has been the point made around whether this proposed area is going to be adequate for the additional 1,700 employees that will be coming forward as part of the related innovation quarter. And I note that the planning officer at the beginning said that the current aim of this application was to deflect current pressure on the heathland. And yet I think we need to be clear, Mr. Chairman, that this application is not purely designed to be opening natural space, but it is actually the first phase on a comprehensive redevelopment of the adjoining land, and therefore that does seem like a conflict. And I certainly would need more information on the impact that the heathland support area would have by the allocated innovation quarter if and when it comes forward to be able to support. It does seem like a conflict to say this is not related to the future plans, when actually as part of the pool local plan, this is a necessary part for that innovation quarter to come forward. So, Mr. Chairman, from my point of view, it is quite often hard to argue with new recreational land that has been opened, but there are just too many questions at this stage, both of the impact of the actual operation of the proposed area going forward and in perpetuity, but also the real impact that the related application would have on this application in and of itself. And therefore, at this stage, I'm not able to support the application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Monica? Is there anything that you would like to come back on that you have heard from any of the deputations, please? Monica?
Oh, hello. I'm sorry. Just a bit of a technical difficulty. Yes, Chairman, I've got all the information before me. I'm making notes. Hopefully, I've received and noted all the comments. So I think we'll just start with the most important one. So the red line, blue line issue. I have pulled out the screen to show the designation of the TV3 from the local plan, which is as I'm looking at the site plan, which is also before me, broadly tallies up exactly with where the designations of field 504 are. The difference I've got is the connection with field 3, which I'm not sure if I can actually show you this on the screen. Bear with me. Right, so on this plan here, so as we've seen previously, the designation is much wider. This one actually uses the existing footpath only, so actually takes less land than designation within the local plan. The only other difference is here in terms of connection of the field 1 to field 2. However, none of these actually are in a designated area, as you can see from the designations here. So basically, these lands here. So this is the SPA designation. Field 1 is over here, field 2, etc. So none of these actually encroach. In terms of the blue line, this is the line that shows the ownership of the land outside of the red line. So the red line, which is a subject of the application. It may be that the Talbot Village Trust actually owns more land around. It's not for me to comment on that. I mean, it's they're just showing the land in blue for relevance. However, it does not directly impact on the red line and the ownership of the land itself. So moving on to other issues, we've heard that the application would invite people to the HSA. Yes, that's the aim of the application, to divert people entering Heathland going to the HSA directly. So it will actually fulfill that aim. In terms of its being a standalone application, it is at this stage, and I would like to show you also the extract from the pool local plan. This is the preamble to policy PP21, which says that even with the delivery of Heathland support area, individual proposals across the allocation may need further habitat regulation assessment to confirm their acceptability before planning permission can be granted. That means that if there is any potential future development of the land TV2 or TV1 or any other development, that would be screened, scoped and assessed on its own merits. And it may be that the Heathland support area could form a part of the mitigation. However, it would be then assessed again on its own merits, with the Heathland support area being a standalone right now, providing the benefits as they are. So at this stage, we do not have any proposals coming forward. I don't have any applications registered. There may be plans for the developer or landowner to have ambition to develop the land nearby. If that happens, if any of those applications come forward, they will be assessed on their own merits and they will require their own mitigation. That can be again provided through the TV3 land, so the Heathland support area, and may not be limited to it, because it will be a robust assessment based on the EIA screening and HABS regs assessment as well. So that will be provided separately. At this stage, as we do not have any of those proposals coming forward, it's very difficult to screen something against a non-existent development. And as it's such, this is a standalone project, as it can be within the PP21, as it's also provided through there. In terms of the loss of the working farm, yes, the Hymel farm will possibly cease its operation. This is not related to the development of the Heathland support area. As I was told, there is obviously a civil agreement, private agreement between the landowner and the farmer in terms of whether the lease will be extended or not. It may well be that it will actually be ceased in October 2022. It would be probably due to some financial difficulties with the farm. In any case, the loss of the farm or the farm not being in use has got obviously no impact on the provision of the Heathland support area. As you can see from this designation again, the farm itself is located in this area with additional fields in here. So nothing is stopping the farm from actually being still operational, and definitely the provision of the Heathland support area will not impact it to such degree that it would warrant its loss. So again, this is a civil matter between the landowner and the farmer itself. So I cannot comment on the fact whether this farm will stop working in the future. In terms of the proposal being intended for 1,770 workers who would be visiting the site for the HSA, that's again is tied to any future development. I believe that the proposals or the aims and ambitions of the Talbot Village Trust are to provide employment possibilities on the land in TV2 area, which might well be 1,770 workers or more. However, again, this is just the provision of the policy. At this stage, there is no proposals, so I cannot quantify any footfall of the additional people coming onto the heathland or the HSA, which in any case will actually stop the footfall onto the heathland. However, that would be again assessed with the proposals for the land at TV2 coming forward, and it will be taken into consideration then. I cannot assess it right now. In terms of the records that were used from DIRC being out of date, I have checked all the biodiversity reports and there is no issue with them being out of date. However, I would like to point the committee towards my report, which says that I myself have consulted with DIRC on the 10th of March 2021 and provided the list of all the species to the developer and applicant to ensure that they've got the up-to-date list. So I believe that we've discharged our duty in that regard. In terms of the biodiversity net gain documents not being online, they are. I've checked and they definitely have been scanned. In terms of the interaction with animals or farm animals, which are currently being seen and can be observed on that land. Firstly, unfortunately, Heymoor Farm is a working farm. It's not an attraction for visitors. Therefore, obviously, whilst there's some limited interaction with animals can be seen through hopefully defences rather than directly touching them, there is nothing that would stop grazing that land from grazing this land in the future. In fact, the Talbot Village Management, the Talbot Heath Management Plan specifies that some grazing will continue. So obviously the cattle can still be seen in a more managed way on that land anyway. There were concerns raised in terms of the funding and how it would be derived to maintain the Talbot, the Heathland support area, and whether it does rely on other development in the area. So I would like to refer you to the management plan provided by the applicant, which in point 7.2 states that it will, where appropriate, funds will be sought from the Community Infrastructure Levy, Strategic Access, Management and Monitoring SAMS payments, as well as countryside and wildlife grants. Obviously, the Talbot Village Trust is a trust with considerable amount of money which they're willing to spend on maintenance of this development. Yes, it might be that they'll be seeking additional funds from any future potential development on the adjacent land or any other development or any other income they may source. That's absolutely acceptable, and I can't see any reason to prejudice this application by saying that it will actually rely solely on any other development which is on land TV2. Notwithstanding this, as you've seen, section 106 from my presentation, and I've quoted the Heathland management plan, which says that funds will be sought from community infrastructure.
Yeah, we will have. Monica, I'm going to have to adjourn for a few minutes because we're having internet problems here at the moment.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yep. Right. Can I just confirm,
So-
Chairman, you're ready?
Yep, thank you, Monica. Sorry about the delay, everyone. We think we've sorted out the technical glitch that we had here. Monica, if you could continue, that would be great. Thank you.
Lovely. Just to confirm, I will start again with the funding and the issue of funding for the HSA, just to make sure that everyone caught that part, because I wasn't entirely sure. So again, the concerns were raised in terms of how the TV2, how the HSA will be funded, and perhaps it would rely on the land at TV2 and any development on that land. Just wanted to again read the extracts from the management plan, which says that additionally, where appropriate, funds will be sought from a community infrastructure levy, strategic access, management and monitoring sums payments, as well as countryside and wildlife grants. So as I was saying before, yes, it's possible that the HSA can be funded from other development which is around Talbot Village, potentially in the future from the development of innovation quarter, if that comes to life. However, I just wanted to also reassure the committee that the management company in conditions and also in the Section 106 agreement is to be secured operational prior to opening any of the fields which will form the HSA rather than later on in time. That suggests that obviously this is suitable funding should be found at a very early stage and is not therefore reliant on the land TV2 or any other development that may be happening in the area. And notwithstanding this, again, coming back to the Section 106 agreement and the agreement of having additional funds secured for the BCP to step in case the landowner fails to establish, basically the management company fails to be operational. And that's that £90,000 bond, which will be waiting to be used in that event. In terms, now moving on to other issues, in terms of the proposal being assessed and rushed under the old local plan policies, just wanted to say that the poor local plan is a adopted local plan which is currently being used. We do not have a new local plan yet. It's obviously the BCP local plan is emerging and it states very limited weight can be attached to it. We do not have formulated policies yet to assess any development against that. Now, in terms of the questions of when all the delivery of the benefits, ecological benefits, biodiversity enhancement can be delivered, and whether that will be only provided when we've got development on innovation quarter, I'd like to direct committee to condition 4 of the case officer's report, which basically states that we will have, prior to commencement of development, a Talbot Heathland Support Area Management Plan provided, along with the Wildlife Action Plan, which will then deliver all the biodiversity measures, ecological enhancements, and everything else that is included in the current management plan, including the tree planting, location of any bird boxes, wildflower planting regime, any wet habitats management of any invasive species such as gorse and brambles, and any other details which were suggested and proposed and found acceptable by the Natural England and Biodiversity Officer. That will happen prior to the opening of the fields. We'll have all those details before us, and therefore we can assess and manage the implementation, which will be phased in, and also, as I was stating before, the management liaison group, which will be operational before the HSA is being open to the public. That group will also oversee future advice, maintenance of the land, will consist of such bodies as Natural England and BCP Council representatives who will have the deciding or advisory vote in terms of what and how can be delivered on that land to ensure that the enhancement is delivered in accordance with those submissions. I'm not sure if there's anything else I should be actually saying here. I think I probably covered everything, unless there's anything, and please let me know. But that's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. In which case now I will go over to members to ask questions and make comments, etc. And the first person I have to speak is Councillor Le Pedouin, please.
Thank you. I want to clear up some confusion in my mind about the actual site we're talking about, the boundaries. Are we literally talking about the pale green areas numbered 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, which as far as I can see are reflective of the very small map in the pool local plan? What is the position with the sort of khaki coloured, much bigger area? Is that included in the HSA or not?
Monica?
Right, so I've pulled up the plan which shows the red line, which is the area of the HSA. As I was saying before, I'm just trying to flick through them. So this is within the area of TV3. Any other area, which is that one, is not part of the development. It coming back. That's basically where the red line is. The blue line is just land in the ownership of Talbot Village Trust. It's not part of this application.
Thank you, that's very clear, because the blue line goes right up to the backs of a lot of houses, but
Yeah.
the TV3 does not.
No.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Yes, Monica, can you also clarify with regards to the footpaths that were mentioned by the resident association? Particularly, there was one footpath that isn't in existence at the moment, and my understanding was that with this plan they want to introduce a new footpath which would then give access to a lot more residents. Have I understood correctly?
Monica?
Thank you. Yes, again, on the slide, which should be before you, the pink lines are the existing footpaths. In the very early stages of the management plan from last year, yes, there was a suggestion that there will be introduction of or diversion of a footpath. That was taken out because there's no need to actually provide this. So at the moment, the footpaths you're seeing before you, the pink footpaths, are the ones that are in existence, and only those will exist on that land. If there's any new footpaths to be created, they will be circular walks for dogs. We will have control over where they are created and assess any impact on biodiversity whilst these proposals come to life, and that will be controlled by a condition which is also in the case officer's report. If there is any need to divert or close any footpaths, this is obviously something that can be subject of should be a subject of a separate application, not for planning. I've got a rights of way officer with me today to explain any of those procedures if necessary. However, at this stage, there is no proposal to divert, close, or change any of the existing footpaths or add any to what you see in front of you. Thank you.
And what I would like to ask the resident if she agrees with that, I don't think that's possible. Have we been sent the deputations by all the residents yet?
Thank you, Chair. I'm concerned about a lot of this, and I'm also concerned about the local plan and how closely it's almost got elements in it that are prescriptive about this, and a lot has been made of things like the Highmoor Farm, and I remember having discussions in what was then chair of a scrutiny committee with, I think, my equivalent in Bournemouth and various residents and interested parties looking at having an urban working farm, which would have had to have been Highmoor Farm because that was about the only farm left. And the benefit of that to the area, to the education of children. And I remember visiting the farm, I think it was called Vines Farm then at the time, as a school kid, and haven't got a huge number of memories apart from all of the kids sort of daring one another to touch the electric fence. But it was, that was a long time ago, and it was being used, there were visits from schools to this, but there was a discussion of trying to formalise that and build it into the plan. And looking at the plan that was passed in 2018, there was no mention of that aspiration. I wasn't on the council at the time, so I wouldn't have had the opportunity to push it. But, you know, that was missing, and, you know, it's rather sad. And when you look at everything, it, you know, it seems to have the assumptions that, you know, the other development that goes with it. I would question why the other development isn't being considered at the same time, because I think it all relates to each other. How can you look at one bit in isolation and not the rest of it that the bit in isolation will be used as justification for? I think the fields, I'm disappointed that they weren't looked at more carefully. I certainly know that the low-level one actually provides a bit of a, it draws badger and deer away from the heathland and so on. And I was told many years ago by someone with perhaps a slightly illegal interest in fungus that there were some interesting species growing in that area, in the area of the lower field. And I actually wonder whether an assessment of that site might have actually have uncovered some rare fauna species in that area, or flora species, sorry. So I was very disappointed that the 2018 local plan stuffed us up, but some of the assumptions that have been built into the report, I think there's reference somewhere in it on fly tipping, the use of the fields as additional places to walk, things won't make the slightest bit of difference to fly tipping, because fly tipping tends to happen where you've got highway access or car park access to the open space. And we know from the end of Sharp Road how much of the part of the older Hills Nature Reserve that's adjacent to the Sharp Road Industrial Estate, how much fly tipping there is. The other assumption that is wrong is that it won't increase the pressure on surrounding roads. Whereas I see Mayford Road and Winston Avenue being more likely to be parked up by people using the site, because people do travel to areas to walk their dogs. And I think this sort of makes it a more attractive area for people from outside the immediate environment to visit and walk their dogs. And I think it adds another road, which is in my ward, as indeed Mayford and Winston Avenue is, and that's Langside Avenue. We have enormous difficulties already with excess parking in Langside Avenue for various things, the special school, the care centre, also any kind of work that goes on. Langside Avenue seems to be the car park for that. So I do think that what's proposed adds pressure to what we've already got, and it is premature. And I think that the new local plan should consider a much wider interpretation of what needs to be done in the area and to look at the protection of the farm. So I don't think I would be able to support this, and the main reason would have to be the fact that it's premature.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Barron.
Thank you, Chairman. We've heard a few times Natural England say, you know, that they're in agreement, and it's normally a body that I respect. But on this one, they're saying that an environmental impact statement was not required, and they also stated that the site was not in a close proximity to any SSSI, which I find slightly strange. So I'm just going to sort of dismiss their their support for this on this particular application. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Butt.
Thank you very much. I've made some notes as we go through. One comment firstly is there's been a huge explanation from the officer, and it's almost like this application is being defended rather than explained. I've never heard so much said by one officer with regard to this to keep coming back on that. We all read the papers, we look at the planning app, we look at the papers that sit behind it. There's an awful lot in this, and I've sat down, like everybody in the room has. I believed I'd read all the documents required and ascertained the thrust of the application. And of course, subject to debate and hearing from all to hear today, Mr. Chairman, then you draw your conclusion. So with that said, I agree entirely with Councillor Trent. There is so much missing in this, and there is so much taken for granted as well. Those presumptions which have already been stated. I don't feel that the actual funding of 90k is going to go anywhere with regard to maintenance. I mean, you know, that is a ridiculous amount of money. It's not much at all. We got the loss of a working farm. I found the remark that was made, I can't remember by who, you know, it's not a destination, it's not a visitor centre. Well, it's a working farm. I mean, it's the only one we've got left. And I rather demur to Councillor Trent's suggestion that I remember well back in the day in Borough of Poole, Councillor Trent with regard to the hope and the presentation there was regarding to that might one day indeed be an urban farm, which of course brings so much to everybody with regard to the other facilities that it provides. It might not make money, but then it's that all the issues that it brings to our communities, what we're also there for. I don't think there's a need for a relief on Heathland with the current football. We can't look at something in the future. We have to look at what we've got in front of us now. The current footfall, which I've read and ascertained, it's not necessary, in my opinion. And that also includes thousands of students in the area already. To me, it's about mitigation for future applications. And I'm afraid that's in the cold light of day how I see it. With regard to the hospital and the innovation buildings, 1,700 employees, perhaps for that. That will certainly be an impact to a detriment on the SSSI and the Heathland. Reliant on the Poole local plan, which of course is no longer now relevant, which is a bit surprising, but that's quoted from ad infinitum. And the loss of animals, etc., which gives massive pleasure to residents and can be extended. We could be looked to extending that perhaps to the urban farm use. There's no baseline for the biodiversity. They say there's a report, but there's no baseline for it. The 21% gain, to me, is just a finger in the air. I believe that it may be that we should defer this until the new plans which Talbot Village Trust have are visible. So if you can be taken on what any mitigation should be provided. I'd just like to say that the Talbot Village Trust is an amazing body, and there is no reflection on them today or any of my comments for what they do and what they achieve, and I'm extremely grateful for what they've done. I've been a councillor 24 years and they have done some remarkable work in the locale. It is, unfortunately, a real piecemeal approach has been taken. I don't know whether it's been taken deliberately or whether it's been taken by mistake. But to me, you know, it could be seen to be planning by stealth because we're looking to something which we cannot be asked to look at because we only have to look at what we've got in front of us today. So with that in mind, I will listen to the rest of the debate as to whether the rest of the debate is going to change my thoughts processes for the moment, Mr. Chairman, but other than that, I will probably not be supporting this application. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. Councillor Bull, please.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Butt has shot my fox, I think is the expression, on many points. But I wanted to ask Monica, the division between the development site and the rest of the land, is there like a proposed a fence around that, or how's it divided? Will it be open?
Sorry. Thank you. Yes, of course, there will be a boundary fence which will go around to actually stop. Are we talking about the Heathland, or are we talking about the potential TV2 land?
The HSA, what
Yeah.
divides it from everything else?
At the moment, there's a number of fences. Some of them in poor state of repair. They will be repaired, and new fences also in places will be erected. That's conditioned as well in my report.
Coming back to that, would the condition be to allow the movement of wildlife between the areas of land? Because if you start repairing fences, and I mean, what I'm questioning in part is the 21.05% biodiversity increase, which is quite a 0.05% increase. That's quite an accurate figure, and I'm baffled as to how we get to 21.05% when it seems fairly random from what I've seen. I don't know. For my view, I think we should have an environmental impact assessment. I'm surprised that we haven't got one for this. And I also wonder, in that mix of biodiversity gain, has any view been taken on the impact of dogs and dog walking in the area, which we know has a detrimental effect on biodiversity in many cases.
Monica?
Sorry, it was just breaking up a little bit, but yes, thank you. First of all, the 21% biodiversity gain, that is not required by any current legislation. As I stated in my report, that would be required hopefully from next year. So at the moment, this is just an additional enhancement. The baseline or any information about whether there is one or not, it is in the ecological surveys that has been provided. So I am not sure why there is a reference to not having a baseline. It is quoted in the report that is before me. So and obviously any ecologist that would be undertaking such an exercise would establish the baseline first. Again, just wanted to remind that all those documents have been assessed and they have been accepted by Natural England and the biodiversity officer themselves. And I think you've got on the screen now the response from Natural England, which states and hopefully clarifies the issue in terms of the proximity to the SSSI. I believe that the former email from Natural England wasn't precise enough. I went back to confirm their stance on it. There is a clear clarification here that the proposal does not need an appropriate assessment in terms of the environmental impact assessment. That's a completely separate legislation, and that has been tested against that legislation, and it does not require any assessment at this stage due to the nature of the proposal itself. So it doesn't fall in any of the criteria of Schedule 2 of the environmental assessment regulations. That's why the screening opinion came back as not requiring environmental impact assessment at this stage.
I assume that's because it's not building on land or whatever, it's remaining wild, but in a form of wildlife. Because I do feel we need to protect the fauna, flora and fungi of the area, and the correct assessments need to be done and the correct baseline reached.
Yes.
But I'm still not quite sure how we got 21.05%.
Again, I've got a matrix of how it was achieved. That is a very complicated calculation. That should be online as well. That's been presented to both Natural England and Biodiversity Officer. They've been quite satisfied with that. Again, that is not the requirement at the moment. It might be in the future, would be in the future. However, the trust decided to do this exercise to provide the 21% of net biodiversity gain at this stage. Notwithstanding this, they also provide enhancement in their report, a biodiversity report, which I've quoted. I just wanted to say something, but I think it just escaped me. So perhaps if I can be allowed to return. Oh, I'm not sure, Chair, if I'm allowed to actually address any other concerns that were raised. I've got my hand up, but I'm happy to wait if necessary.
No, Monica, please go ahead if you have things to put in.
Thank you. Because at the very beginning, we just say that there is no concern in terms of retaining the farm, and there's nothing in the local plan to protect it. No, there isn't anything in the local plan. I am not aware if there's anything in the emerging plan to protect the farm, or whether we would, even the council would actually create any protection for any urban farms. At this stage, that's not before me. That's why I just wanted to clarify this. There may be other development coming forward with the creation of a farm or any equivalent. I'm very sorry at the moment. I cannot comment on that. In terms of the questions about any biodiversity in the lower fields that was found, yes, most of the biodiversity was concentrated within the field 2, but fields 4 and 5 are now being used for cattle grazing, so they are obviously in a very poor quality. However, the parameter of those sites still allows some potential for habitats for nesting birds. That's been reflected in the ecology report that was submitted, and any protection of that habitat or enhancement of it is proposed as well. In terms of the fly tipping, I would like to point out that the management company can actually resolve this issue. I mean, I would expect that that would be one of the duties to perform. And in terms of additional vehicle access, or perhaps more visitors coming to the area, as you know from the Dorset Heathlands SPD, the HSA itself is not described as a development that would require or need parking, because of the nature of it to deflect any impact on existing area from the local residents, rather than to drawing anyone directly to it. It can be that there will be some visitors trying to have a look at the new area that is created, and that's obviously something that can be looked into. However, there are some car parks, as you've pointed out, on Mayfair Road, for example, which can take a very limited amount of cars, which is being used already for that reason, I believe. I've parked there myself when I visited the site. There is obviously restrictions in terms of how parking can be done in Talbot village itself. That's, as you know, very strict regime, so that would not actually allow people to park on the roads indiscriminately. That's obviously forbidden. I believe that's everything from me. Apologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Councillor Davies, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Going back to the farm and following on Councillor Trent, I'd like to know really some of the details of the farm. Just what is the acreage, the existing acreage of the farm? We hear that, you know, it's probably it's 30 acres going, and I heard a figure that, you know, it's the size of 17 football fields. As you know, I come from the farming industry, and in that they always say 1 acre, 1 football pitch. That gives you an idea. So it's probably near 30 football pitches. But the problem, as I see, is saying, you know, we can keep the existing farm afterwards. But is it going to be viable? We hear that, you know, yes, people will still be able to see the animals. But is it going to be viable? Because what percentage of land is going to be lost, and what is left? Because, you know, it says that sheep are run at the moment. Now, sheep need acreage. You know, has sheep been run? Is it about half a dozen of them, or is it a flock? So if, you know, if they can give some details on that, I'd appreciate that.
Thank you, Monica.
I don't really know the acreage of the farm itself. Sorry, that's not that was given to me. Plan that you see on the screen, it's fairly clear that even if the fields, I'm not an expert on agriculture, so sorry, that's my speculation really. If the fields as they are, they will be lost to the farm, there is a considerable amount of land left for the farmer to use. However, I've been told that the current farm holding is not viable as an operation in terms of financial aspect. It might be that it will not be able to survive either way in terms of how it's being managed. I'm not sure what the details are. However, again, perhaps it would help that those fields are taken away, and perhaps less pressure is put on the farmer to maintain those fields. I don't know. So this is my speculation. I can't really offer any answer to it.
Thank you, Monica. Councillor Barron.
Thank you, Chairman. I think the viability of the farm isn't really something we can, you know, consider. I think there's a slight irony because the farmer's been given notice from October, which I find is incredibly sad. Going back to the going back to the surveys. This morning is the second time that I've heard allegations that bird surveys were carried out to the wrong time of year. So it's not, particularly accurate findings from those. So I'd like some sort of clarification on that, please. Thank you.
Monica?
Thank you. No, the bird surveys have been carried out in the right time. They were just towards the end of the season, and perhaps that's where the controversy or confusion arises. Irrespective of this, again, the conditions would secure additional surveys, and there is obviously a condition which will secure a Talbot Heath and Support Area Management Plan in detail, and also implementation of all the details of what is proposed to ensure that the area is upgraded in terms of habitats. That will be obviously then combined with the mitigation plan, which is provided within the ecology report, which then says that if there's any species found, there is a legal requirement to protect them, and they will be then protected accordingly. In any case, we will be obviously conditioning any development or any changes to the local to the Heathland Support Area Management Plan and any biodiversity plans to make sure that these are reflected and there's no protected species lost or their habitats.
Thank you, Monica. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of legal questions, please, if the solicitor is available. First of all, we've heard about a 3,000 person petition. Is that now a material consideration for us? And then secondly, if you could just outline, please, we're looking at the change of use to a HSA, but as we've heard from residents and ward councillors, we know in the background there is development potential. Could you just outline our responsibility looking at this sole application now, and then if future development came along, any change of classification of an HSA to a SANG, what the procedure would be? Would it be a robust procedure back to committee, back to a planning process? Thank you.
Mr. Firth, are you available to come in, please?
Chairman, I'm available. I'm not sure I can give perfect answers to those two questions, but I'll do my best. As far as the petition is concerned, I haven't seen it. I can't really comment a lot about it. What I would say is the issue generally of the petitions, they're non-specific. It's not clear what they're relating to. This might be, but equally so, the sheer number of people who might have signed a petition is not necessarily in itself a reason for opposing an application. It might, I guess, be indicative of some issue of relevance in planning terms, but I wouldn't normally say a petition is of particular great material value, but as I said, it's hard for me to comment because I haven't seen it, so I can't really express much of a view about it. As far as the other point regarding the HSA is concerned, the designation is concerned, well, as I understand it, if someone wants to come along and propose this for a SANG, it's another type of designation, but it's not a formal designation through the local plan as such. I don't believe if someone wants to make it a SANG, they can make it a SANG. The process for doing that, well, I guess they would, because it's not a formal planning, we wouldn't require planning permission to change it from a SANG, from what it is being proposed now to a SANG. I'm not sure it would require planning permission in itself, but I think Monica indicated earlier that it's possible that a future application may well include this land as part of its proposal. Obviously, if that was the case, it could be assessed as part of that. I'm not sure I can say much else, Chairman. Unfortunately, it's hard to be specific on the two questions that were asked.
Thank you, Mr. Firth. Councillor Rice, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I have concerns about the environment, the sort of ecological assessments that have been done. It appears that, as already mentioned, that some of the bird surveys were undertaken in June. So the documents themselves say that this is likely to be an underestimate of the number of breeding territories within an area, and that there was only 4 survey walks done at a suboptimal time. So I'm really not convinced that that is adequate to then be able to make this 20.505% suggestion. And then there's also some aspects with regards to data submission and requests for data. So the company that we used, LCES, the Lindsay Carrington Ecological Services Limited, it's my understanding that they have asked for data from the Dorset, the DERC, which is the Dorset Environmental Record Centre, but they haven't been, it's been questioned that they haven't actually got the correct data. So they haven't requested data since 2016 for bird species, not since 2013 for bat species, and reptiles since 2017. So from this information, I just have serious concerns that we're really not getting the correct baseline. And as Councillor Rampton has also stated her concerns, that that we really just don't have, it appears, accurate data at the moment, and I wouldn't be able to support it because I'm not comfortable with the data that we've got.
Thank you, Councillor Ross. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, I think today that we are suffering from a serious conflation of a lot of emotive and very important issues, and I believe it's leading to a certain level of misunderstanding about what this actual application is about and what it's for and what it's trying to do. So just going to run through a few of these things. So the farm impact, as we've heard from the officer, is not due to the development. The farm would still be perfectly able to run with the development. That's not an issue. And if we were to refuse the application, that farm could still disappear tomorrow. That's just a simple fact. It would be a terrible shame, but that could happen. It's got nothing to do with us here in Planning Committee. If this was trying to take away that farm specifically with the development, then absolutely we would be aghast, and quite rightly. But as we've heard, the HSA should, or in terms of policy, has no impact on the farm's ability to run. So next, the local plan 2018, we can all complain whatever, but it is relevant. It's the only relevant local plan on which we can rely for hearing this application. You know, we will have another one coming, but that's a couple of years away, probably at best. We only have that one planning document on which we can rely. That says that the EIA, and naturally I'm going to say that the EIA is unnecessary. As we have heard, again, we can complain, but if we've been told by the relevant body that it's not necessary, then it's not necessary, and we cannot use that as a reason for refusal in terms of planning. It's the same with the data. If the data is as up to date as the policy requires, we might not particularly like it. We might think it more could have been done, but again, we cannot rely on that as a planning committee to suggest a refusal. In terms of prematurity, I think was mentioned earlier, this area of land has been designated in the only relevant local plan for this use, and it is standalone. As far as planning policy, as far as planning procedure is concerned, this is a standalone application. And if this piece of land is designated in the local plan for this use, we cannot say it's premature. This is what it is for. This is what policy says it is for. And again, going back to the very touchy point, which is obviously any future development, you know, this might be necessary for future development. However, that does not mean inextricably linked to any such future development. It is not predicated on those future developments, but they may be predicated on this. They may require this for their future development, should there be any, but it's not the other way around. This is not reliant on any of them. This could come in here and then, heaven knows, Talbot Village Trust could disappear tomorrow, but the HSA would still have planning permission, and it could go ahead as is. I think it's necessary for us here today on something that is clearly very emotional, very emotive, and very concerning for a lot of people. It's necessary for us to differentiate between what we know or what we think we know will come and what is actually relevant for today. In planning terms, as far as I can see, policy has been followed to the letter, as has process, and that is what we've got to rely on the decision for. This is going to improve the amenity of the area, it's going to protect the area, it's going to keep it natural. It's not putting in a great new load of ponds or walks or anything like that. It's just improving what's there and protecting what's there. Other things are guesses, but as far as I can see here, there's absolutely no planning reason to refuse this as is, and I will support the officer's recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Perrin, please.
Thank you. It's difficult to know where to begin. I agree with so much that's already been said by so many people. The trouble is that I feel that this actually does fulfil the policies in PP21, which is 2E, which is really the only bit that refers to this. The trouble is that many of us, when the local plan went through, felt that there were many policies in it that were not appropriate, and that's why we voted against it at the time. I'm very disappointed that people now are using hindsight who supported it at the time to realise that they made a big mistake, apparently. I don't like this application. I think the level of local hostility to it, although I think some of the points made are perhaps misunderstand some of the elements, but nevertheless, there's clearly very strong local feelings against it. And I'm not at all happy with it because I think the policy was wrong in the first place, probably. So I will not be supporting the officer recommendation.
Thank you. Monica, would you like to come back in now, please?
Thank you, Chair. Very quickly, just trying to put my hand down. Yes, I just wanted to very quickly come back in terms of those issues of the local plan. Well, firstly, I've got no control, and nobody in this room actually would have a control over the local plan and its content at this stage. So I can only assess the proposal against, as Councillor Johnson said, against the plan which is before me. I have seemed to miss a couple of points which was raised. The thing about £90,000 bond, which is supposed to be secured. That is not a figure that has been drawn just completely as an irrelevant figure. That has been provided by the council's open spaces manager and is based on the usual management of the area of that size, which BCP Council would estimate per annual basis. So that's why it's been estimated as £18,000 per year for 5 years, just in case if the development fails to produce the management company at any point. It's not envisaged to cover the management of the area at all. It is just the sort of like a safety valve, just in case if anything happens until the new management company is being delivered. However, there's certain points with regards to biodiversity and ecology, and I think that perhaps if I could invite my colleague, the biodiversity officer, to actually come back and perhaps give some additional reassurance on that aspect, because otherwise, obviously, I am not an expert and he is, so I would, if that's possible, for Jess to maybe comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Yes, Jez, please come on and give us your views, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's several points I'll try and cover as much as possible, but obviously come back to me. First off, yes, there has been an ecological impact assessment, which did record the types of habitat on the site, and then the breeding bird survey was done during the time of breeding birds towards the end as recognised in the past, but actually the breeding bird season now is recognised going up until August. Within that, they recorded 17 species of bird breeding on or in close proximity of this area. And really, with the species they did record, I don't think if you'd done more surveys earlier in the year that you would have recorded any additional species over that they recorded. In relation to the biodiversity net gain and this 21%, the biodiversity net gain is based on the government's DEFRA's biodiversity metric, which is a complicated spreadsheet where someone enters in the area of grassland or woodland and its condition, and then puts in what its future will be, whether it will be stayed or enhanced, and then that produces that precise figure. That's from this metric. But this metric is only based on vegetation and not on species such as birds, bats, badgers or reptiles. The ecological impact assessment says that they did a desktop survey of the nature conservation issues of this area in October 2021, which I'm assuming is also when they consulted Dorset Ecological Record Centre for the data. The data that the Record Centre issues on the request is that which has been verified by the various experts, and someone who has submitted records who but they have not been verified, that will not be released to any consultant. It's also been mentioned about, could this be changed to a SANG in the future? A SANG has to be of very, very sufficient size that someone's visit is totally taken up by a SANG, and also it cannot be by the side of a special protection area or an SAC. So there's no prospect of this area being converted to a SANG. Anything else you'd like me to address, please?
No, not at this time, thank you.
Thank you.
Members, anyone else? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I mean, it's been an interesting debate and I've listened to it intently, not least of which because I read all the documents. And personally, I must compliment the officer for the detail in those documents. Very thorough. I think many of the questions that have been raised were actually answered in the document and in the presentation. I am happy about the environmental impact and the considerations that were both in the document and stated. I had questions on whether or not the site plan was valid or invalid. That was answered. The farm is an emotional issue, which I understand, but that's aside from this planning application. And indeed, if the farm is not solvent or sustainable, that will solve itself. And it's certainly not something I don't think the council would want to use ratepayers' money to support. I'm happy when we heard from the group supporting the plan that they have a good reputation and record for doing so, where they take responsibility. The other thing I have difficulty is have we got a legal reason to refuse it? And I actually can't spot that. And the words "I don't like it" is not a legal reason for refusal. So all things considered, and enhanced by the recent statement by the officer, I actually will be supporting the proposal. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Any other members wishing to come forward at this time? No, fine. I'll just say a few words. I think, unfortunately, my vice chairman beat me to everything virtually that I was thinking of, and he probably put it far more eloquently than I could have anyway. I think this is a very, very difficult application for people. I think there is a lot of presumption going on at the moment. Sorry, Councillor Rice, I apologise, you did want to speak, so please come in and I will come back shortly. Are you sure? Yeah. Okay, fine. So yeah, I think there's a lot of presumption here in what may happen in the future. And as we keep getting told here, we're not here to make a decision on what might come through from another decision. The decision we're here today for is to make the decision on the application that is in front of us. And that has to be our only reason for making that decision today. We're not speculative here. We cannot have a crystal ball in front of us and think what may come forward. I think the provision of this would be a betterment for the area. I think it will allow a lot more people to get out. I think a lot more people do want to go out and about at the moment. I personally think it's a really good thing. At this time, we've been through 2 years of hell, and I think the ability for people to get out and about and use open spaces more freely can only be a good thing. I understand the residents' concerns, but I think we have to remember that this is about an HSA. It's not about whether they want to build new buildings further down the line. Anything that will go on this site at any future date will have to come back to the planning board. and we will have to debate it at that time. And I'm no doubt that SIAs and environmental impact assessments and everything will come forward for any future development that is asked to go forward. And at that stage, we as members and the public will again have their right to say what they think about it at the time. But as we sit at this moment in time, I am happy to move the officer's recommendation, and I will certainly be supporting that. And I would look for a seconder for that move, please. Councillor O'Neill, thank you very much. Before we go to that, I did interrupt Councillor Rice earlier, and will ask you if you wish to come back in, Councillor Rice.
Yeah, great. Can you just confirm whether, so we have had an environmental impact assessment done, and Natural England have seen this assessment? Can we just get confirmation that the environmental impact assessment has been done and Natural England have seen that assessment? No. So, okay. Some councillors have said that the environmental Natural England are not concerned about this, but we have already heard that they said this site was not next to an SSSRI and a special site. So there's obviously, well, I think there's some pretty clear misunderstandings here, and I think it would be perfectly reasonable, given the amount of passion and knowledge on this site, because there's a petition of so many people and 232 written objections is huge for a planning application. And the two ward councillors have both said, please delay this because we need more information. And I think there's been a mistake here. I think we have heard from the Environment Agency saying that it's not next to a site of importance, and it is. So I really am not very comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you. Monica, could I bring you back in first, please, followed by Mr. Firth? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Very quickly, I'm not entirely sure why there's a statement that there's no environmental impact assessment done. It has been done. I mean, the environmental impact assessment screening opinion has been adopted, which then completely disqualifies this development as environmental impact assessment development. So that has been done. That has been seen by the Natural England, not Environment Agency, as Councillor Rice said. And again, please look at the screen before you. It basically states that the application has had an ecological impact assessment, which Natural England advice provides authority with sufficient information to conclude that there will be not a likely significant effect on the adjoining Dorset Heathland SPA, Ramsar and Dorset Heathland SAC. The Natural England advised that the authority does not need to carry out an appropriate assessment of this proposal. So just wanted to clarify this point, and I think Rob also wanted to add something after me. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Firth, please.
Yeah, Chairman. I mean, if I may, I'd just like to go back on something I said earlier to one of the question that was asked regarding control over changes from HSAs to SANGs. I think it probably wasn't quite clear and accurate in what I said. So first of all, I think I said it wasn't allocated as an HSA. I think it is by virtue of PP21. Secondly, Chairman, I think the answer to the question is whether or not a change to a SANG would come back to planning committee would really depend on whether that constitutes a material change of use if this permission was granted. Now, I'm not convinced that would necessarily be the case, but I can certainly see that there might be elements relating to a SANG, such as perhaps provision of car parking and things like that, which may well trigger the need for the matter to come back by virtue of a planning application having to be submitted. But as I said, it's also possible, which I indicated earlier, that if an application included this area's land as a SANG, then undoubtedly it would also come back on that basis as well. So it's not certain it would have to come back. I think it does depend on whether or not the change that was being proposed would be a material change of use or was encompassed in a wider application that was having to be considered. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Firth. Councillor Barron.
Thank you, Chairman. I need some sort of complicated legal advice, actually. Something that's been brought to my attention, and with your permission, could I share it to Robert Firth and the committee via email? It says it's quite a complicated legal matter.
It's probably not able to be. You could send it to Mr. Firth, but not to everyone else, please.
Okay. Yeah, it's basically potentially sort of protecting the council if there's a challenge made about a decision made today.
Yeah. Send it to Mr. Firth first, and then
and yourself.
Yes, please. And then we'll see if what he says on that one. Councillor Butt.
I'd like to speak once I've heard the outcome of this particular. I think this is going to have quite a reflection. So could I defer my short a moment, Mr. Chairman, until we've heard. Thank you so much.
Mr. Firth, if you could read this and then give us your comments, please.
It's just come through, Chairman. I'll have a quick look now.
If you could just bear with us, members, please.
Right, thank you, Chairman. I've glanced at it. I get the gist of it. I'll do my best to explain what is indeed quite a complicated legal point. In essence, Chairman, without going into the content of it, there's a reference to a case which is Regina v Cornwall County Council and failing to have adequate regard to protected species. So that's the essence of the case. However, the case actually was concerned specifically with an argument as to whether or not an environmental impact assessment that had been provided, as I understand it, was fit for purpose. Now, in this case, as you've already heard from your planning officer, a screening exercise has been undertaken by the council associated with this, but separate to this particular matter that you're considering at this moment. They've screened the application and they've considered that it doesn't constitute EIA. So to that extent, the ratio of that particular case is not directly applicable to this particular situation. It's concerned with a situation where a development was concluded as requiring an EIA and whether that environmental assessment that was submitted as part of that was adequate. Now, there is a separate issue, Chairman, and I'm sorry, this is going to get even more complicated, but there is a separate related issue which concerns protection of European protected species. Now, this has come up at committee at various stages. I'm not sure it's been specifically addressed so far, but essentially, Chairman, what that is you've got a duty under the Habitats Directive to have regard to certain protected species and protection of their habitats. And your duty is to have regard to the directive and its requirements on protecting species. Now, as far as I'm aware, the view of Natural England is that there isn't a potential harm to protected species, such as to have a relevance to this particular application. And I think probably your case officer will be able to give more explanation on that. But if Natural England are of the view that there is no Article 12 issue, and Article 12 is the Habitats Directive bit we're concerned with, and if that is the case, and I think your officer will be able to clarify that, then I would say it's reasonable for you to give significant weight to the views of Natural England, who are inevitably the statutory consultee. I've heard comments about there might have been an error by them, but the reality is, if they've directed their mind specifically to that question, then it would be reasonable for you to give weight to that particular point and significant weight. The other comment is you've got an ecology officer available for you, Chairman. He can no doubt give comment as to whether he thinks there is any likely risk to European protected species, and that probably can help further explain and clarify the views of Natural England if there are any doubt. So, long and complicated way of trying to answer what is quite a difficult question. I'm happy to answer further questions, but hopefully that's at least of some help. I'd refer you probably to your planning officer and ecology officer at this point, who can probably comment specifically on the issue of European protected species and what advice you've had from Natural England on the point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Firth. Jez, would you like to come back in, please?
Yeah, so I think the case referred to was Morge, was it? Did you say?
Yes, I believe so.
Chairman, no, it's not Morge. It's actually an earlier case. Morge is the actual correct case, I would say, that is relevant to protected species. So I think the ecology officer is correct. It's actually referenced an earlier case.
Right, yeah. But also that earlier case, then that must ex parte Hardy, that was in relation to a council giving permission in relation to development without a bat survey, which would be affecting a known roost for a great horseshoe bats. And the works here, there has been bat surveys, no bat roosts are being affected, and so this does not apply. And also, there is for this issue about the difference between an ecological impact assessment and an environmental impact assessment. Environmental impact assessment is only for developments that are either on Schedule 1 of that regulation, or which always must be done, like a power station, or Schedule 2, where it's of the opinion of Natural England or environment agencies, depending on the situation, that an environmental impact assessment is undertaken. And there's a list of types of development which are appropriate for Schedule 1 or the Schedule 2, and this application does not fall under any of the titles listed on Schedule 1 or Schedule 2 of the Environmental Impact Assessment, and therefore that is why an EIA has not been carried out. But an ecological impact assessment has been carried out, and myself and Natural England are satisfied with it. Also come back about the various things which are still to be addressed by condition of the management plan for the future. That is actually fairly normal. So recent planning permissions granted for, say, the site at Knighton Lane also had the same types of management plan to be agreed by condition prior to development starting.
Thank you very much. Councillor Butt.
Yeah, I'm so content. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Councillor Barron.
Yeah, I'd just briefly like to say that when we stand for election, we don't have to be sort of specialist barristers or, planning consultants. Yeah. We are from all different walks of life. We all have different skills and to bring to the table. So, yeah, thank you. That's why I needed.
Absolutely perfect, and quite right to do so too, Councillor Barron. Thank you for that. Councillor Rice, finally.
Just a quick one then. I'm not sure I understood all of that legal terminology, to be honest. But the European protected sand lizard, the nightjar and the Dartford warbler are any of those protected species, and have they been included in our assessments as a council, that we're satisfied that we're protecting those?
Jez, would you like to come back on that, or Monica, please?
Yes, they have. There's a reptile survey carried out which did have them on there. Nightjar was recorded flying over the area. Nightjar, Dartford warbler and sand lizard are on the SSSI SPA, which is adjacent, but not within this application area. So nightjars fly over this area, but there's no evidence that actually they breed within this area. And that is partly because, as pointed out in the ecological impact assessment, that large areas of the site is actually heavily grazed, which actually most times has low vegetation cover and a poor floral diversity because of that level of grazing, and also not suitable for nightjars to nest within this area at present moment.
I don't know whether it makes any difference, but our own BCP Council newsletter recorded that there were 4 nightjar nests with 8 chicks on Talbot Heath.
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, I thought you said that they were only seen flying over rather than actually nesting.
Over the application site. So yes, nightjars do breed on Talbot Heath Nature Reserve, Heathland, within the SPA SAC, but not within the application area.
Okay, and Environment Natural England are aware of this, are they? And they're happy that they don't need to do an ecological assessment of this land that we want to develop in order to protect the land that's a few metres away from them.
Yes, that is correct. They are aware of that, and as the response from Natural England on the 14th of January refers to, that they have seen the ecological impact assessment, and they've advised that this is appropriate.
Thank you.
Okay, members. I think this has been an extremely long debate, and I think we've covered every point, as have all the officers, and I appreciate everything that everyone has put into this so far. We will now go to the vote. We do have a move to accept the officers' recommendation on this. I will in turn call people's names. If you can answer for or against, please. Myself, Councillor Kelsey, I am for. Councillor Johnson.
For.
Councillor Barron.
Against.
Councillor Bull.
Against.
Councillor Butt.
Against.
Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Hall. Councillor Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Lawton.
Against.
Councillor Lepedevin.
Against.
Councillor McCormick. Sorry, Councillor O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Rice.
Against.
And Councillor Trent.
Against.
Thank you very much. That move is lost, and therefore we now need to go to a refusal or just lost. Yep, 2 seconds.
Certainly. Thank you. So the total number of votes for was 5, and the total number of votes against was 8. There were no abstentions.
So we will now need to go to a second move, and bearing in that in mind, if people are going to go for either a deferral or a refusal, we will need planning reasons for that. Don't all rush at once. Councillor Trent.
I will propose refusal because it's premature, and although I don't have a planning identified thing to go with it, will increase visitors to the area rather than divert them. And I do also believe that it is in contravention on PP24, PP25 and PP32. Those are the 3 that I think it is not entirely in keeping with.
Sorry, Councillor Trent, did you say 32?
32.
Thank you.
I welcome anyone else's thoughts on those items. I know a lot of the objectors mentioned PP21. I find that the most difficult one to attach to a refusal, but it is such that it could be taken either way. But I think these other ones are closer to her.
Thank you. Mr. Firth, would you like to come back in, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Just specifically on the point of prematurity, I think it would benefit members if I read out the advice from the National Planning Policy Guidance on issues relating to prematurity, because I would have some concerns if members were pursuing that. So I'm just going to read out 2 paragraphs from the NPPF, and that's paragraphs 49 and 50, and it says, in particular, the presumption, having regard to presumption in favour of the sustainable development of the framework, and it goes on to say, arguments that an application is premature are unlikely to justify a reason of refuse planning permission unless, other than in the limited circumstances where both A, the development proposed is so substantial or its cumulative effects would be so significant that to grant planning permission would undermine the plan making process by predetermining decisions about the scale, location or phasing of new development that are central to an emerging plan, and B, the emerging plan is at an advanced stage but is not yet formally part of the development plan for the area. And then paragraph 50 goes on to say, refusal of planning permission on grounds of prematurity will seldom be justified where a draft plan has yet to be submitted for examination, or in the case of a neighbourhood plan, it goes on to explain that. Where planning permission is refused on grounds of prematurity, the local planning authority will need to indicate clearly how granting permission for the development concerned would prejudice the outcome of the plan making process. And obviously, Chairman, there's been discussion as to the stage your current plan is at, and as I understand it, it is certainly not at a stage where it's yet in a position where it would be submitted for examination. In fact, I think it's issued an optional stage at present.
Thank you, Mr. Firth. Do I have a seconder for Councillor Trent's move? Sorry. Councillor Bull.
It'd be helpful for me if Councillor Trent could just, I haven't got the PP24, 25, what they actually.
Yeah, PP25 is open space and allotments, and it should be new development should contribute towards the provision of a high quality network of open spaces. And it's talking about strategic sites should provide open space on site. This is existing open space, albeit used as a farm, but it's not on the site of the development that it's mitigating. It also mentions PP25, it also mentions communities being closely involved in planning such changes. PP24 is basically working with partners, developers to maintain and expand green infrastructure network throughout Poole. But it goes on, well, it's all about enhancing what's there. This basically, I think, replaces the requirement of a development to include open space within it. 32 is I can find it, but that's quite a general one, but it will only be permitted where it would not lead to an adverse effect upon the integrity, either alone or in combination, directly or indirectly, the important sites. And it goes on to define the habitats regulations and so on. I don't think there is sufficient evidence that it enhances this at the moment. As I say, it's a tricky one, but going back to what was said by the legal officer, it talks about future developments as one of the few reasons why you can defer something. Well, this is exactly leading to future developments. This is actually related to two planning applications which are in the pipeline. So I feel that deciding on this now, as it seems to enable two other developments, is, to my mind, adds to the prematurity of it. I don't know if that helps.
Not really. I think what we need to try and clarify here in your points for refusal is what is the harm that this is going to cause. And I think that is the crux of the whole matter, is what is the harm going to be? Because we are now going to expect officers to defend this at an appeal, and they need to have something they can defend, because at the moment this is in line with the local plan. So you're not really giving them anything that they could defend if it went to appeals. So we need to clarify the harm that this is going to cause.
I think the harm of it is that it will intensify public use of the area, including the areas of Heathland around it. It will act as a magnet for more visitors and users than it would do if it's left as it is.
Thank you, Councillor Trump. Yeah, I think on this one now, we do have a move to refuse, and I think the fact that you have now clarified about the harm, I think personally we will struggle at an appeal, which is why I will not be supporting this. I do not think that the harm here outweighs the benefits that we will be getting. I think there are far more benefits to this than there is harm, so I will certainly not be supporting this move. I will go to the vote again, and with this time we are voting on a refusal, so please say whether you are for or against. And again, myself, I am against. Councillor Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Barron.
For.
Councillor Bull.
For.
Councillor Butt.
For.
Councillor Davies.
Against.
Councillor Hall. Councillor Hilliard.
Against.
Councillor Lawton. Councillor Lepedwin. Councillor O'Neill.
Against.
Councillor Rice.
For.
And Councillor Trent. For. Thank you. Joe, could I have the numbers, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Total number of votes for is 8. Total number of votes against is 5. There were no abstentions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members who have voted against, please could I remind you that you may well be asked to come forward at the time of any appeal that is going forward, particularly the movers and seconders. Therefore, that application is not granted. I will now call a short interval while we swap over. I will be leaving for the rest of this meeting and the Vice Chair will be taking over the meeting. Thank you very much. Just a 5-minute interlude, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tyler. Welcome back, everyone. We will now move on to the next item on the agenda, which is item 6B, which is 215 to 225 Barrack Road. And I would invite the case officer, Ms. Maudsley, to present, please.
Thank you, Chairman.
Sophie, could I just ask you to make sure that your microphone's down away from your ear?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Can everybody see that?
Yes, we can, Sophie. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So this application is at 215 to 225 Barrack Road. It's for the demolition of the existing buildings and the erection of 3 blocks of 38 flats with the associated parking and access. Members will hopefully remember that this site and this planning application came in front of members last November, and it was resolved to be approved subject to conditions and a Section 106 agreement. The site is occupied by a number of residential properties, a garage business and a Chinese restaurant. It is located on a prime transport corridor leading into the Christchurch town centre. The reason the item is back before you today is that the site is now within flood zone 2, a medium risk area. At the time of the registration of the planning application, the site was not in zone 2, but the Environment Agency updated their flood maps, and unfortunately this was not picked up until after the committee meeting in November. As you will have seen from the report, it's considered that the sequential test is relevant to this proposal. However, it has been concluded that given the extant permission on the slightly smaller site, and the fact that there are the same number of ground floor flats proposed as the previous scheme, which means the level of flood risk is not increased. In this particular case, the sequential test does not need to be carried out. The submitted flood risk assessment outlines that the finished floor levels would be set at a minimum of 4.3 AOD, which is above the 1 in 100 year plus climate change flood level of 4.1 AOD. In addition, flood mitigation measures have been secured by condition. Excuse me. The floor levels, mitigation and improved construction methods all result in a betterment of the extant permission. Therefore, it's considered that the flood risk is not a constraint on the proposal. The extant permission on the site, you can see 3 blocks of traditional buildings with 34 units. Proposed site plan. Like the extant permission, we have 3 blocks of flats. This has 2 separate access points leading to the parking area at the back, which also includes the cycle parking and the bin store. There are 19 unallocated parking spaces proposed, along with 58 cycle spaces. The parking SBD requires 0 parking in this locality for 1 and 2 bed flats. But this level of parking provision is considered to be acceptable to BCP Highway Authority. This is Block A, which lies adjacent to the western boundary of the site. And from the south and west elevations at the top of the screen, you can see how the building steps down and responds to the adjacent building. Block B, the central block. And you'll also note a number of the properties have small balconies, providing additional amenity space for the future occupiers. Block C, adjacent to the eastern boundary, again, stepping down, which helps within the street scene, which is what you can see in front of you. The scheme has adopted a contemporary appearance, but there is a mixture of architectural styles along Barrack Road. And again, this plan illustrates how the building steps down on either side, and in my opinion, sits comfortably within the street scene. Top photo is the existing street scene. You can see the Chinese restaurant with the residential flat above, moving across the site. And the illustrations provided by the applicant show the proposed development within the context of the street scene. Here we have some aerial photographs. You can see the relationship with the adjacent properties, in particular to the northwest in Gardiner Road up here, and then to the rear and to the north in Fitzmaurice Road. And here you can see, as part of the design and access statement, they have overlaid the new development within the layout. These show the relationship between number 1A Gardner Road at the bottom, and this is a small development of flats with parking at the rear. The top photograph is taken from the rear garden. I can see where my cursor is, 217 Barrack Road, looking towards the properties in Fitzmaurice Road. These are just some of the other examples of flat developments that have occurred along Barrack Road. You can see they've adopted a more contemporary flat roofed appearance. Since members resolved to approve the application last November, the only material changes are the flood risk issue and the 5-year housing supply, which has reduced now to 2.7 years within the Christchurch area. Therefore, the application is recommended for approval subject to the conditions and the completion of the 106 as set out in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Sophie. Mr. Tyler, can you please read out the statements in objection?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, so to start, the first statement in objection has been received from a Mr. Mitchell Pollock, and it is as follows. I wish to object to the proposed demolition of 215 to 225 Barrack Road on the 3 following grounds. Number 1, ecological. There are slow worms out the back of our house and next doors, and probably others. Under the Wildlife and Countryside Act 1981, these are recognised as protected species. This will make redevelopment either prohibitively costly or outright not allowed under the law. I'm not sure of the exact laws applicable, so I leave that up to you. Number 2, environmental. Every time it rains, we have to wade through 6 inches of standing water to get kids to school or go to the shop. This is with just a house. I dread to think of the effect when there are 38 flats, so this will need to be considered. Number 3, selfish. I don't want to move, nor can I. We are a disabled family who the council have regularly failed to help. We will need a 4-bed house if this goes through, and the council have been a brick wall, an impenetrable one at that, forever throwing curveballs our way until we give up trying. Dave Wells has been very vague about what he's going to do when this all goes through too. I am medically unfit to drive and my wife can't. We are both disabled and have disabled children too. We don't even know how we would move if we had to. We've paid our rent every single month for the last 14 years, so the lack of any help or information is very disconcerting. Thank you for taking the time to consider this. End of statement. The second statement in objection has been received from a Mr. Russell Law, and it is as follows. My first objection is the fact that I run my vehicle body repair business, Christchurch Bodywork Centre, from 221 Barrack Road. I've been a tenant for 15 years and provide a valued service for Christchurch and surrounding areas. The loss of my premises would be catastrophic for my business and my family, which the business supports. There is nothing similar to replace the premises locally, and Dave Wells Properties can't offer a replacement. Excuse me. My second objection, which is shared by the general community and neighbours on Barrack Road, is that the proposed planning application is far too large and without proper provision for the extra vehicles it would bring. Parking is already oversaturated in the area, and many neighbours already have considerable trouble parking. The last point to mention is that in my 15 years on the site, I have noticed the site is a breeding ground for rare species such as stag beetles, slow worms and dormice, some of which are protected by law in the UK. The loss of habitat for concrete would be a great loss. In the interests of the whole of Christchurch, this planning should be completely rethought, as it's not in keeping with Christchurch and is not in the interest of local people. End of statement. Mr. Chairman, in terms of the speakers in support, we have Mr. Ken Park from Ken Park Planning. Yeah.
Afternoon, members. So just firstly, members, you will recall that the application was before you in November, and you discussed it and considered it in great detail, going through all aspects of design, layout, access, car parking requirements, and all the physical planning matters, and that you all decided to support the application and resolved to grant, subject to conditions on 106. Now, there was, as you know, an extant planning permission on the site for 34 flats in 3 blocks. When they were granted permission in 2008, the site was in flood zone 2, and that development was subject to a flood risk assessment and considered to be acceptable. Following revisions to the EA flood map resulted in the site actually going into flood zone 1. And then again, subsequent revisions have meant it going back into flood zone 2. The point is there that there are margins of data increases and decreases which take the site in and out of flood zone 1 and 2. So it's on the margins of a site which is at risk of flooding. But nonetheless, that's to do with the levels, and the levels of the site are what they are. But the consequences of being in flood zone 2 is that a sequential test may be required and that we need a flood risk assessment to demonstrate that there's no risk of flooding or increase in flooding elsewhere. Now, the aim of the sequential test is to steer new development to areas with the lowest risk of flooding. But the proposals are not new development as such, but rather a revision of a previously approved scheme, which seeks to improve that scheme in terms of the accommodation offer and the design. The sequential test does not need to be applied in this instance because the proposal is a revision with no increase in the risk of flooding. And indeed, the details submitted flood risk assessment shows that the current scheme reduces the risk of flooding compared to the extant scheme. And so there is actually a betterment with the revision. The flood risk assessment shows that the minimum floor levels need to be 4.31 metres AOD, and it also shows that the majority of the site is above that level. So providing the development with the required finished floor levels doesn't need the building to be any higher than it's already been shown to be. Members, you will be approving the same building that you approved in November. So the FRA demonstrates that the flood risk does not increase as a result, and indeed the proposed development is at lower risk of flooding. In terms of drainage, a full drainage strategy has been proposed and assessed and accepted by your officers, so the surface water drainage will be improved also. And in terms of ecology, all ecology requirements for the submission have been dealt with in the original submission. Members, this has been brought back to you due to a technical issue in relation to flooding, and we've demonstrated that there's less risk of flooding than the previous scheme, and I'd ask you to support the proposals, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Park. I believe we have the Ward Councillor with us, Councillor Ricketts.
Thank you, Chair. When this application came to our committee in November, my fellow Ward Councillor Margaret Phipps stated her objections to this and that she considered the proposal contrary to policy HE2, with the architectural type not being in keeping with its surroundings, and also in contrary to policy H12 due to the cramped development and the overlooking nature of the development. Those points still stand. However, we can also not exclude the impact of this site on the St Catherine's Hill European Wildlife Site. I'm very conscious of the fact that we have to take each planning application in its own merit, but we currently now have 3 applications within 400 metres for flats along Barrack roads. This would bring a total of 111 units with between them 33 car parking spaces. As you know, Barrack Road is one of the busiest in the 3 towns, with over 30,000 vehicle movements a day. There's only one bus, it's the 1A, it goes from Christchurch Town Centre to Bournemouth Town Centre. It doesn't serve the industrial airports of the airport, or Ferndown, the biggest industrial airport in our area. In fact, to get to Ferndown, it takes 2 buses and it takes an hour and a half. So there's no doubt that people are going to have cars. The SPD that we have for parking is aspirational at best. We know that cars are going to be pushed onto the already overcrowded side roads. In fact, from one of the pictures that Sophie had there, you could actually see the pavement parking that is endemic in this area. I'm constantly getting calls from people who cannot manage their mobility scooters down these side roads because of the pavement parking. When there was 3 applications for supermarkets in Christchurch within 3 miles of each other at Christchurch Borough Council, the planning committee there agreed to bring all 3 applications to the same committee. Some of the members here may well remember that. The reason was to assess the overall impact of those schemes. Yet here we are now with 3 large schemes within 400 metres. This is going to have a huge impact on this road. And if members are not willing to refuse on the planning policy grounds of H12 and H2, as stated by my ward councillor formerly, I respectfully request that the committee defers this application in order that it can be considered along with the other 2 so that a holistic approach can be applied and the full impact of this piecemeal overdevelopment of Barrack Road can be fully assessed. Thank you, members, for your time.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ricketts. I will now invite the case officer back in. Ms Maudsley, is there anything you'd like to come back on?
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. I just wanted to clarify that we had a ecological report which was submitted as part of the application. This was carried out in August 2020 and it's valid for 3 years. No protected species were identified at that point, but you'll see in the report there is a biodiversity enhancement plan which will be secured by condition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Maudsley. And Mr Firth, do you want to come back in, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So on the back of that, I suspect the last thing members want to hear from me is another explanation of in relation to protected species, but I will just try and explain it very briefly because again you've had direct representations on the issue. Now, first of all, I should say I believe there's a difference between protected species who are protected purely under UK legislation and European protected species who are also identified under the relevant habitat directives. And the main difference is, Chairman, in my view, is whilst obviously all have relevance from a biodiversity point of view, you do have a statutory duty in relation to protected European species, of which I think one of the ones identified may be protected European species, to have regard to the relevant provisions of the Habitats Directive. Now, I didn't go into this in detail last time. I'll mention it to members now. So the duties, I think, particularly pertinent to this particular application, and most applications, in fact, are you need to be mindful, or you need to have regard to measures which should prohibit deliberate disturbance of those species during their breeding, rearing, hibernation and migration periods, and also deterioration or destruction of breeding sites or resting places. So that's what you've got to have regard to. And it would be appropriate for you to allow planning permission if you're essentially satisfied that those objectives or those particular provisions won't be offended, or if you're happy that Natural England, who have a power to licence breaches anyway, or deviations anyway, would grant a licence. Now, in this particular case, Chairman, as your planning officer has just advised you, you actually have a survey that's looked into the existence of these species already on the site, which is still potentially valid. Now, in conflict with that, you've got a comment by one of the, or both of the people who made representations, which perhaps suggests they've observed something different, even though it wasn't picked up as part of the survey. Now, ultimately, it's a matter of evidence and weight as to how much weight you want to give to observations like that, as opposed to a survey that's been undertaken. I think, Chairman, if you wanted to belt and brace the situation and were concerned about the matter, then it wouldn't be unreasonable for you to possibly put in a condition or expand a condition just to ask for a further survey to be re-undertaken, for example, to ensure that nothing's changed since the last survey was carried out. So that would be one option, Chairman. You could perhaps condition it further. You could possibly, if you were minded to approve subject to the head of planning being satisfied there's no particular Article 12 issue. I think those are the options, Chairman, but what I would say is you can't just simply disregard the representation. You need to direct your mind to it and decide how to apply that in the context of the fact that you have indeed already had a survey in relation to identifying protected species. I don't know if that helps, Chairman.
That's very helpful, Mr Firth. Thank you very much. So now I will open it up to members. Please do bear in mind there is now only one set of eyes up here, so if you could keep your hands up a tad longer to make sure that I see you, I would be very grateful. So does anyone wish to start off the debate? Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. One thing that's puzzling me about this reapplication is that as it has been identified as having a more significant flood risk than was in place during the previous application, or the one that was approved, that there wasn't any mitigation built into it against the flood threat. I can't see anything sort of meaningful in there. But the other point I wanted to make, and it's in support with some of the objections and some of the comments that have been made, is that when I visited it yesterday, to start off with, I was staggered by the level of traffic and the fact that had to wait ages even to get back into my car after visiting it, and certainly wouldn't be able to hop across the road to look at anything without walking, to the nearest pedestrian crossing. And I think in all of the time I was there, and I looked at it for quite a while, trying to establish the exact beginning and the end point of where the application covered, was that I didn't see a single bus, and that rather brings into question the suggestion that it's in an area with a high level of public transport, because quite frankly, one bus, and I don't know what the frequency of the 1A is, doesn't actually strike me as a high public transport network, which rather surprised me, because I would have thought that Barrack Road would have been in a much busier place for the bus route. So I am concerned about it. As I say, from the traffic and the public transport side of it, that does make me question considerations at the previous meeting, but also the lack of any mitigation that compensates for its threat from flooding. Increased identification. I would have thought that there would have been, sort of the ground floor would have been sort of maybe moved up a bit or something, and I couldn't see any of that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Trent. Ms Morsley, do you want to come back in on that point, please?
Yes, thank you. In terms of the floor levels, as I say, the flood risk assessment, which has been done since it was before committee in November, states that the minimum should be 4.3 AOD, which is above the 1 in 100 plus climate change flood level of 4.1 AOD. Now, the ground levels of the site are actually already relatively high, so the actual design of the building does not have to change. The height of the building does not have to change for them to be able to incorporate this 4.3 AOD. So there was no change to the elevations or the height of the building required for this to happen. There are some other flood mitigation measures which can be incorporated, like raising electrical sockets higher off ground level. You'll see in the report there's a condition for further mitigation measures to be secured by condition. Moving on to the bus stop, there is a bus stop outside the front of the site, and it will need to be relocated as part of this development to facilitate the new access points. And again, in the report, it's condition 11. So we need details of relocation of the existing Barrack Road bus stop and the associated signage and road markings. And there's also works to shorten the right turn lane road markings into, I think it's Somerset Abbey, apologies, it says Burnett Avenue in the report. So there is a bus stop outside the site. BCP Highways are satisfied with that. The application has been assessed against the parking SBD, which is an adopted document that we have to have careful regard to. So yeah, overall the level of parking provision and the access arrangements are considered to be acceptable. You'll see also it's considered to be a betterment in highway terms, in terms of the number of access points onto the site at the moment. I think is 8, which is being reduced to 2. So in terms of accesses onto Barrack Road, it is a highway gain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Morsley. Councillor Trent, I have also been reliably informed by our reliable Mr Hodges that the 1A actually runs every 10 minutes during the day. So 7 buses per hour from 6 a.m. to midnight, although that varies obviously as you get later on into the night. So you may have just been unlucky that a few of them were caught up in traffic, but the timetable does state that
on strike or something.
Quite possibly. Is there anything else you wanted to come back in on there, Councillor Trent? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. One of my questions, which has just been answered, was on the flood risk, which is noted as not being significant, but there are mitigation steps that can be taken, and I had a hope that we can condition that they are taken, Chair. In terms of the design itself, I find the design perfectly acceptable on Barrack Road. There are a number of examples of flat roof apartments of similar ilk. In terms of a sustainable travel route, it is, but it's a very busy route. And in fact, when I visited, I did count 2 buses. And the only reason I counted them is I tried to cross the road and had to stand there for about 15 minutes in the rush hour. That leads me on to parking. This development does meet the parking SPD, but I think the problem there is the SPD stands, so I can't see a reason for refusal on those grounds. But I do hope the SPD itself is challenged and changed, and the sooner the better, because it's causing more and more problems across the conurbation, and that's long overdue for review, in my opinion. But in terms of the content of the plan and the application, I find no reason as to why we shouldn't support it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Bath.
Yes, just to be clear, having read the documents, we're here to discuss the reason as to why this is back before us, and it's because we have a different flood zone ratio, which is now flood zone 2 as opposed to flood zone 1. The sequential test no longer being necessary. It's stated in the pack that we can condition with regard to flood zone 2 to provide, and because the only change since then is the EA revision of the flood zone, so we do need to revise that from last November. We're not looking at any other matters, only the flood zone revision, Mr. Chairman, because there are other factors coming in which don't seem relevant to what I have in front of me. Obviously, ground floor levels will need to be raised above the predicted floor levels already in the application, as stated, and of course we can reinforce that by condition. The street scene's already approved, the overlooking or overshadowing is already approved, traffic and parking already approved, trees not applicable. So I don't want to really rerun the whole debate. I'm satisfied with regard to flood zone 2 has been provided for. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor. But I will slightly clarify what I think you were saying there, in that all matters are relevant if we feel that they are. However, we have to maintain a consistent decision-making basis, and given that in November we have decided and had a view on the vast majority of these issues, that we would have to demonstrate a change, and how that change would therefore negate our decision in November. So I think the big worry is obviously that flood zone, and that is, I think, the biggest issue that we have to decide here. If members want to bring up another issue, design, anything else, you would have to justify, I think, in my view, how much it's changed and the harm that would therefore have that would negate our previous decision. Councillor Hall.
Mr. Chairman, before you carry on, I'm grateful to you. Thank you for that explanation. Thank you.
Beg your pardon. The parking is a problem, and also the flat roofs, although they're meant to be appropriate, but I don't think they are in this day and age. They always have problems with leaking and problems like that, and the look of them. And although there may be others in Barrack Road, but there are very few that have this sort of flat roof. But the parking, all the side roads already chock-a-block. They can't get cars in there, and there's a premium for parking in all the side roads. So I just think that really, with the development that's proposed and the appropriate policy that we have, established policy like H12 and HE2 are important. I know we're only talking about the floods problem, but the flood problem is really going to get worse. So I can't support this application, and I'm just concerned really that future parking is going to be horrendous in Barrack Road. And also the amount of traffic. At the moment, we've mentioned 30,000 vehicles a day. The last count the county did, it was 35,000 vehicles a day, and that's a lot of vehicles. So I won't be supporting the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hall. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. I feel that the cost of living crisis is a relevant aspect with regards to the previous planning application granting. So I would just, and I wasn't on the committee at that point, would I be able to get clarification about the amount of affordable housing for this site? That was why Christchurch Town Council refused it or objected to it before.
Ms Morsley, would you like to come back in on, please?
Yes, thank you. Yes, it is subject to affordable housing. However, a viability assessment was submitted with the application, which clarifies that there's no financial viability to provide the affordable housing. However, you'll see in the report there's a clause to be added to the section 106 for a review to be taken place within a certain time frame. So we can then have another look at it to see if we can get any affordable housing in the future if it's not built out relatively soon. But yeah, that viability assessment was assessed by the DVS, the district valuer. So yeah, we cannot insist that they provide the affordable housing at this time.
Thank you very much, Ms Morsley, and for your benefit, Councillor Rice, I will just say that in previous planning committee meetings before you've come on, this has been a long-standing issue that we have had with the viability assessment, and it's something that we've had to stomach on a lot of occasions, despite it being not something that we like. But this has been an unfortunately common turn of events. So that's just a bit of background information for you from before you came onto the committee. But if you'd like to come back.
So leading on from Councillor Ricketts' point about bringing 3 applications back together, would that make any difference in terms of viability for affordable housing if the applications were brought back together?
Ms Morsley?
We have to determine this application on its own merits. They're different applicants. So yeah, we just have to have a look at this one and see whether this is viable. So yeah, it wouldn't make a difference if they were all brought together because they're likely to be different applicants, different developers. So yeah, that wouldn't be reasonable. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Rice?
And on that point, can you clarify Councillor Ricketts' suggestion about bringing them back together? Is that actually possible?
No, from my understanding, Councillor Rice, it is not, but I will ask Ms Morsley just to confirm
that. No, we have to, each of them obviously, depending on when they're all submitted to us and assessed, we just have to bring them forward when we can. As I said, each application is determined on its own merits. But obviously we are aware of all the developments that happen within a certain area, and BCP Highways, are fully aware of all the other applications on Barrack Road. But the proposal is considered to meet policy and the parking SBD. So, thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms Morsley. Councillor McCormack.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make some comments on the architecture not being in keeping with the rest of Christchurch. So the examples that Ms Morsley's put there on the screen are relatively new developments that have happened in the last few years, which could also be described as not in keeping with the Christchurch architecture. So this development, using those examples to justify this development, I don't think is doing this proposal any favours. The architecture used in this proposal is more downtown Bournemouth than Christchurch, and not a 900-year-old town. And in my view, this proposal is not in keeping with the rest of the town. It just happens to be in keeping with 4 or 5 developments on the same road, which are also not in keeping with the rest of the town. So I just wanted to make that point on the architecture. And the other one I wanted to make was the use of the flat roofs. I believe that the property next door has the same amount of stories, but they use the roof with Velux windows as the top story, where this uses a flat roof. And in my view, that creates a sort of an overdevelopment issue in terms of mass and bulking, and therefore this wouldn't, when it's built, look correct on the street scene. So for those reasons, I won't be supporting this application today.
Thank you very much, Councillor McCormack. Does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Lawton.
I don't have any problems with this application. It's already been approved by the planning board before I became on the planning board. I cannot understand why we're arguing against something which has already been approved. And I've moved that we approve the application.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lawton. Before I look to any other speakers, I will look for a seconder for that. Thank you very much, Councillor Butt. Was there anyone else? Councillor Pedevin, did I see your hand pop up, or was that swiftly taken down?
I was going to make very much the point that Councillor Lawton has made, so I have no reason to speak now.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bull.
It was simply to ask whether this move is including the additional condition regarding the protected species that were mentioned. Whether we're going to, there was a condition suggested that we have that reassessed.
Of course, Councillor Lawton, would you be happy with that condition being added in?
I'm happy with that, yeah, no problem.
And I'll check with the seconder as well. Councillor Butt, are you also happy with that?
Very happy, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, I don't see any other hands going up. We do now have a move on the table to grant as set out in the officer's recommendation from Councillor Lawton, seconded by Councillor Butt. I will now call out names in order. So I will start with Councillor Barron.
For.
Councillor Bull. Councillor Butt.
For.
Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Hall. Councillor Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Lawton.
For.
Councillor Le Pedevin. Councillor McCormack.
Against.
Councillor O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Rice.
For.
And Councillor Trent.
Against.
And myself, I am for. Mr. Tyler, can I have the numbers, please?
Certainly, Chairman. Thank you. The total number of votes for is 10. Total number of votes against is 3, and there were no abstentions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tyler. Therefore, that application is granted as set out in line with the officer's report. Members, we will now break for lunch. If we could have everyone back, please, at 1:20. Mr. Tyler, could you pause the live stream? Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone, to today's Planning Committee meeting. We will move straight back into the agenda. And the next item is number 6C, which is 23 Wick Lane. And I will invite Mr. Hodges to give his presentation, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Hopefully, can you see the presentation?
We can indeed, Mr. Hodges, yes.
Thank you. Apologies, Ms. Lesser has unfortunately caught COVID and can't present the application today. So I will be presenting this application. So it is a householder application for alterations and extensions to a property at 23 Wick Lane in Christchurch. Just to show you the location of the site's on the fringes of the Christchurch town centre and also borders the central conservation area. In the plan on the bottom right there, the yellow overlaid area is the boundary of the conservation area with the property facing that boundary. So this is the existing property, a single-storey property sited close to the junction. As you can see on here, and just to draw your attention to the in here on the red line plan with the relationship with adjoining properties and the neighbour at number 2 to the north. So the proposals are to extend the property to create first floor accommodation. You'll see they show dormers to the front, and a box dormer to the rear, and then a single-storey extension sited to the rear of the property. And just to draw members' attention to this street scene in the middle of this plan, just to show the relationship of the extended building, it does raise the roof of the property slightly, as you see on this blue line on the top left elevation, and to show how that will relate to the heights and levels of the adjacent properties on this side of Wick Lane. And just to draw your attention, you'll have seen in the representations and in the report about the layout. And just to confirm, this is the rear-facing dormer here, where you see bedroom 3. And so the proposed rear-facing windows have an ensuite, a dressing room, a bathroom, and this bedroom number 3. Chairman, in the report, you'll see we've made reference to a lawful development certificate that's been issued by the council, and this has established what could be undertaken potentially as permitted development at the site. So that's on this left-hand side here, and we're just done a comparison here with the proposal, and the principal differences obviously being the raising of the roof and the rear extension, but the fundamental issue is about how both schemes involve a rear-facing dormer window. So just the full plans of the lawful development certificate previously issued by the council just shows how the loft could be converted as permitted development with roof lights to the front and the dormer to the rear, along with a rear extension that is also permitted development. So this is a proposed layout. You can look at the plans, you see that the property does extend down into the rear garden. We're entirely satisfied with the remaining space left over for an occupier. It's completely adequate for any future occupiers, and also the site does also provide adequate car parking to the front. And so going on to some photographs, here we start to see some context and relationship with the neighbouring properties. You can see the property here next door, which also has a prominent front gable. And also you can see the properties to the side and to the rear within this shot. Just looking down Wick Lane, again, you can clearly see how properties have been extended over time and enlarged, and how the chalet style is quite prominent and common along this stretch of Wick Lane, and how the north side of Wick Lane stands in contrast to the south side, which does lie within the conservation area, and the very evidently different character that the conservation area has. Just looking again at the property, so the property would have extended up in here, and as if you've seen from that street scene plan earlier, that will bring the height in line with the adjacent property. Just moving on to the back, this is the rear of the property at the moment. This later conservatory will be removed as part of the rear extension. And this is a relationship with the neighbouring property. You can see how this extends much further down already with a greater height and bulk. And just final view is this rear. This is taken from the adjacent property. So this is number 2. So just flip back. So it's taken from within the garden of this property here, just to show the view that would be from the rear facing towards this neighbour. So the property would be raised in height here and the dormer added on the rear elevation here. Chairman, you'll see we set out in the report our reasons for the recommendation for approval. We're satisfied that the alterations would be in keeping with the character and appearance of the area. The site lies outside of the conservation area and doesn't directly affect it, but nonetheless, its impact on the setting of the conservation area is perfectly acceptable, bearing in mind the size, design, scale and appearance of adjacent properties, and the fact that the resulting alterations to the building sit very comfortably in the character of that street scene. You'll also see we've gone into some detail about the impacts to the property behind, particularly the issue of privacy, and we have compared that in relation to the fallback position the applicant has to erect a rear dormer as permitted development, over which we would have no control over the nature of the rear windows, which could all be clear glazed and serve bedrooms. So in relation to that, the scheme before you allows us a greater degree of control and minimises any risk of the loss of privacy to the adjacent property. And for that reason, we find the application acceptable and recommend it for approval to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hodges. I will now bring in Mr. Tyler, who I believe has some statements to read out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, so in terms of public items for this this application, we've received 2 statements in objection. We have the applicant with us today to speak in support, and I have a very short statement from the ward councillor, Councillor Mike Cox, to read out. Starting with the first statement in objection, however, this was received from Mr. James Kane of Planning Base Limited, and I will read out the statement as it is written. This submission is made by Planning Base on behalf of the owners of 2 Wickfield Avenue, which is the property most impacted by this proposal. Members will be in receipt of photo montages provided by Mr. and Mrs. Evans in the past week. The case officer's report gives significant weight to the recent lawful development certificate. However, it is considered that the certificate was issued incorrectly and the volume created at first floor level is in excess of the 50 metres cubed allowance. It would be unsafe of the local planning authority to rely upon this certificate as a lawful fallback position, and this would form the basis of a potential judicial review should this application be approved today. The officer's report accepts that there will be overlooking from the proposed windows to number 2 Wickfield Avenue, but it is only due to the existence of the LDC that the conclusion is reached by the officer that there will be acceptable impacts upon the neighbour. I ask members to look again at the photo montage provided by the owners of 2 Wickfield Avenue. There will be unacceptable impact by way of overlooking, loss of privacy and overbearing development. The scheme as a whole represents overdevelopment of the plot. This is a unique plot with a lack of depth compared to adjacent plots. There will be a distinct lack of outside amenity space for future occupiers. In addition, the concerns of the conservation officer are considered to have not been addressed at all via the amended plans. The increased height and scale of the development would cause harm to the character and appearance of the conservation area, but the advice from the conservation officer has been given 0 weight in the planning judgment. There are many individual considerations which on their own warrant a refusal, but which, taken cumulatively, can only lead to a refusal. The impact upon adjoining neighbours' amenity, overdevelopment of the plot, and harm to the street scene and the conservation area. However, it is apparent that the basis of the recommendation is via the flawed LDC. Without that in place, surely the officer would have recommended refusal. It'd be interesting to hear if this would have been the case during the committee debate. This proposal is clearly contrary, therefore, to HE2 and H12 in particular, as well as HE1 and BE5, which deal with conservation matters. The weighting in the planning judgment is heavily and unfairly skewed towards the applicant's scheme, even though there is an acceptance from the officer that there is harm caused to amenity, and there is no evidence that the conservation officer's objection is overcome. And, excuse me, end of first statement in objection. The second statement in objection has been received from a Mr. Rob Evans, who is a resident of number 2 Wickfield Avenue. It is as follows. We have studied the case officer's report in detail and list the following points for your consideration. It is apparent that Mr. Lester had a determination to recommend this application, irrespective of evidence, possibly driven by influencers who are making a mockery of the planning process. Areas of concern and planning policies are mentioned frequently, then proceeds to override and belittle them. Frequently mentions that a particular matter in itself is not necessarily grounds for refusal, but collectively very much a reason. The proposal is described as a remodelling of an existing bungalow, a householder development. Objector comments and supporter comments are treated with equal weight. However, the objectors, neighbours, excuse me, and local have given well-considered and intelligent comments based on site visits, etc., whereas supporter comments tend to be inaccurate or untrue. Commenting on revision A, the BCP Heritage Officer concluded, refuse or defer for further negotiation over further amendment, as the street scene of revision B is identical to A. Surely this still applies. The applicant has employed privately their own heritage statement in their favour, but there is no evidence that the BCP Heritage Officer has changed their decision. In the report, our address is frequently incorrectly stated as 2 Wick Avenue and 2 Wick Lane. Wrongly referred to as a loft conversion, ridge height increases, so is adding another storey. Impacts on daylight and sunlight and overshadowing to the neighbouring properties and amenity spaces have been assessed and concluded that, in his opinion, there is insufficient harm. The next door, 21 Wick Lane, is very badly affected, losing significant light and sun in living areas and patio. The bulk of this encroachment in very close proximity, 8.5 metres to the garden of 2 Wickfield Avenue, will have an overpowering and claustrophobic effect on us. In addition, the planned garden room, times 4 metres wide and over 3 metres high, within centimetres of our fence, will add further to this. He states there would be significant overlooking of our garden, which would be materially harmful. Then in paragraph 5 states it won't be too bad, but it would be significant. Great emphasis has been put on the LDC, but it is being manipulated to push the boundaries to find a route to a more intense development. Whilst the LDC has apparently been declared lawful, it remains questionable to whether it should have been granted. No problems with the house, but this plot is vastly too small, and it impacts on neighbours, and the impact on neighbours is considerable. It's likened to putting an elephant foot on a postage stamp. End of second statement in objection, Mr. Chairman. I'd now invite the applicant, Ms. Katie Tizard, to come and address the committee. Thank you very much.
Did that work? Hi there. I'd just like to introduce myself. My name's Katie Tizard. First of all, I've never done anything like this before, so I'm really nervous. So I apologise if I make any mistakes. And I'm actually very dyslexic, so if I stumble on any of the big words I've written in this, then I do apologise. I would like to say that some of the facts in those 2 statements read out have definitely been exaggerated, and that's a massive concern, but I just want to state that and move on. So, as I say, my name's Katie Tizard, and I grew up locally. My parents and my brother both live in Mudderford. I've worked really hard to be able to move back to where I'm from, and it's always been a dream of mine to create a beautiful home that I'll be proud of, and I plan to start a family with my boyfriend in the near future. I became the owner of my first proper home, 23 Wick Lane, in March 2021, and shortly after buying the house, we submitted our first vision of plans. Our house is one of the few on this part of Wick Lane that is yet to be brought up to date. The next 5 houses along have recently been renovated, and when I tell people that we bought this house, they often refer to it as the one that needs redoing. To be honest, I am actually a little shocked and saddened at the hostility we have received from a few of the neighbours, which I'm sure you can understand, it can be quite upsetting. I do find it slightly odd that most of the objections were made by people who don't live in the neighbourhood, and some are up to 5-6 miles away. However, I'll leave you to make your own conclusions on that one. We liaised with the planning officer, and having amended the plans, I am excited to say that we have finally got to the stage where all of the objections have been addressed, from the bulk, the size, the height, the overlooking and the appearance. We've been very patient and totally understand that these things take time, and we've worked with the planning officer and taken into consideration all of the neighbours' comments. So now I feel that we've come to a fantastic home that fits in with the surrounding properties perfectly. In the response to the neighbours' comments, we have considered the extent to which the building can be extended under permitted development rights. We submitted under permanent development rights, we've submitted an application for a lawful development certificate. And those plans include an extension and a dormer on the rear of the house. Your officer concludes that the planning application proposal, which was much better in relative to what could be done under the permitted development in terms to the neighbouring properties. So the proposal we have before you today, we feel is a way more attractive house. It's much more in keeping, bless you, with the street, and also way less impact on the neighbours. The permitted development option would also reduce our garden size substantially and bring our home far closer to the neighbouring boundaries. So that's another reason why we've resubmitted plans, because to be honest, nobody wants that. We do have a slide 2 here to show you, and we looked up previous granted planning applications in the area, and we've taken inspiration from 2 in particular of our neighbouring properties on Whitfield Avenue, which is number 16 and number 43. Our design is pretty much identical to these, but we have adopted the triangle windows to the front that go along Wick Lane, which is our road. We've taken on board all of the feedback we've received from the neighbours, the councillor and the planning department, and we feel that this final proposal has met all the requirements, and I'm sure that you'll agree that there's no reason to refuse this application at this point. Your officer's report concludes at paragraph 69, bear with me, I'm going to read this out, that the proposal will have an acceptable impact on the character and appearance of the rear and better relationship to the neighbours' properties than what would occur instead under permitted development right. Therefore, I commend this application to you, and I would ask you to approve the application as per the officer's recommendations. And we have no objections to the condition proposed by the planning officer. I look forward to this matter hopefully being solved and to moving on and starting the new chapter of my life in the community that we love. And I'd just like to say thank you to everyone for letting me speak today. So fingers crossed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tizard. I believe we have one more speaker, Mr. Tyler.
We have a very short statement from Councillor Mike Cox. I'll read it out. It says, I object to the application in respect of 23 Wick Lane, Christchurch, due to the design, bulk and height of the proposal and a loss of amenities to neighbours, particularly with regard to overlooking. This is contrary to policies HE2 of Christchurch and East Dorset Local Plan, Core Strategy, and saved policy H12 of the Christchurch Local Plan 2001. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tyler. Councillor Lawton, can I just ask you to put the microphone off behind you behind you? Thank you very much. Now I will invite the case officer, Mr. Hodges, back in just for any points of clarification that he wishes to raise. Thank you. Mr. Hodges.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, it's just a point of clarification. You've heard in the third-party representations concerns about the accuracy or veracity of the lawful development certificate that's been issued. We're just confirming for the benefit of the committee that the decision on the lawful development certificate was correct and is accurate. Unusually, it's not a decision that I signed off on at the time. The majority of the Christchurch decisions passing my eye before they're actually formally issued. But having read the suggested allegation that it was inaccurate, I've been back into the plans. I've measured them. They correspond exactly to the measurements stated in our report, and the maths is also correct. So we can confirm for members that the lawful development certificate is accurate. The rear dormer is comfortably below 50 cubic metres. It's around 31 cubic metres. All of this information was available, Chairman, online. And if the third parties did have any concerns or issues about the accuracy of the lawful development certificate, we'd have been happy to clarify those for them rather than potentially misleading the committee themselves with their own statement. But just to clarify the point, there is that fallback position, and therefore in relation to the weight given in the report as set out, that is as we've set out in the report, because there is a viable fallback position. Hope that's clear, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hodges. I will now open up to members. Councillor Butt and then Councillor Barron.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I wonder if we could have some clarification just to begin with regard to the Urban Design Officer's objection on PP27 and PP28 with regard to site scale, position of car parking at front, siting of bike store under tree canopy, and siting of bin store at front. Now, you believe that these have been mitigated. Could you advise us, please, as to why you feel this is the case, to give us those assurances? Thank you very much. I'd like to come back at a later stage. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Of course. Thank you, Councillor Butt. Mr. Hodges.
Chairman, I'm very sorry, I'm very slightly confused. I'm not sure that's any of the proposals before us in this application. Is it related to another scheme? There's no cycle store, for example, proposed on this scheme, and the Urban Design Officer wouldn't have typically commented on a householder application.
Bin store.
Chairman, also that my understanding is there's no proposal for a bin store within the scheme, nor would there need to as a typical domestic property. We would just expect them to keep the bins and just present them at the frontage for collection on normal collection day. And again, the Urban Design Officer would not have been consulted on what's a householder application.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Councillor, but I do believe you've got that mixed up with a separate application, not the one we're dealing with
today. It's bled into my separate one, but the Urban Design Officer is not content with this. Is this correct?
If Mr. Hodges, I'm just checking through my own, because I don't believe, as Mr. Hodges said, that the Urban Design Officer was talked to about this one, because I don't believe that is normal procedure for a residential development such as this one. Mr. Hodges, can I just absolutely clarify that one with you, please?
Yes, Chairman, I'm just wondering if Councillor Butt is referring to the Conservation Officer rather than the Urban Design Officer. The Conservation Officer did comment on the proposals, initially raised some concerns. You'll see we've gone through that in the report, and I think the key issues are around the fact that the site's not within the conservation area. So by default, it can't be adversely affecting the conservation area. It has a potential to affect its setting, but for the reasons that we set out in the report, we're satisfied with its impact on the setting because it lies in a street of similar properties, in a street of properties that have been extended and altered in recent years in a broadly similar way. It's not overly prominent, it's not overly dominant, it's not out of keeping, its materials are compatible with the surrounding area. So for all these reasons, we're satisfied that there's not a harmful impact on the setting of the conservation area, Chair.
Thank you so much, Officer, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm indebted to both of you. Thank you.
No problem, Councillor Butt. Councillor Barron.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, as the officer just alluded to, it's not actually in the conservation area. It's opposite the conservation area. And when the conservation area was placed, it's quite clear why they didn't choose that side of the road. And I don't mean that, any disrespect to residents on the other side of the road, but you can clearly see that it was felt that there wasn't really anything worth conserving there in some ways, and I mean that in the greatest possible respect. Because we had a similar thing just across the road, and I honestly don't think that if the proposed was to be built, that you drive along the road and rubberneck thinking, what on earth is that? I think it's actually a really attractive proposal, and at present I can't see any reason for refusal. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barron. Councillor Hall, I have you next.
First of all, I'd like to ask Mr. Hodges a question. If permitted development cannot be can be used, a certificate of lawfulness can be granted. Is that correct? Please.
Yes, Chairman, just for the sake of clarity, the lawful development certificate is as an official confirmation from the council that the work shown on the plans are permitted development, and therefore they don't need a formal planning permission through this process, through the householder process. Just for clarity, this application before you is slightly different. It does need planning permission because it raises the ridge of the roof height, for example.
Thank you very much. What I would like to ask now is the town council looked at it and objected strongly to it because of overlooking and against policy HE2 and policy H12. And policy H12 have got 1, 2, 3 and 4 comments that can go against it. One is that they are appropriate in character, scale, design and materials to the immediate locality. Well, the number 2 Wickfield Avenue does seem to be very overlooked, and the agent James Kane acting for them has pointed that out, that overlooking is a really big problem. And also the other one was the HE2, which is a conservation thing that although it may be just outside, it's still regarded as from planning officers that although it may be outside, it can be still considered because it's that close to it. And it's also still regarded to be in the Priory Quarter, which is a special area of Christchurch. So I'd like to comment on that if it with H12 as a reason if you wanted to refuse it, and also the character and scale design and materials to the immediate locality.
Mr. Hodges?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So policies H12 and HE2. H12 is a saved policy. HE2 is the core strategy policy, which is the more recent and more up-to-date version of that. I would describe those as what we call typical development management policies. So they cover the kind of things that we consider in pretty much all applications, which is about the impacts on the character and appearance of the area and the living conditions of any neighbouring properties. So our assessment, as set out in the report, is that the scheme complies with those policies because the impact on the neighbouring properties is acceptable in terms of their living conditions, and its impact on the character and appearance of the area is acceptable as well. Just in point that Councillor Hall made about the Priory Quarter and whether it's a special character area, and there is no specific policy in either the former or the core strategy which designates the area as a particular area of special character, and as I previously described about our assessment on the impact of the setting of the conservation area being adjacent to it is that it's acceptable, bearing in mind the character of the street on this side of the road, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Councillor Hall?
Well, thank you very much, but to my mind, it's still overlooking tremendously for the garden at number 2 Wickfield Avenue. So I can't support it for that reason. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hall. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, probably the officer to comment, because it does mention in the report about overlooking and shadowing. In terms of overlooking, rightly or wrongly, my understanding of overlooking the garden of itself is not necessarily harmful. However, if rooms were overlooking into main habitable rooms, they might be. So could the officer comment on the facts of overlooking and shadowing as perceived with this property?
Mr. Hodges?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Just on the kind of overshadowing, those sorts of issues, you'll see this street scene is kind of helpful elevation to look at in that regard. Whilst the ridge of the roof comes up a little way, which is the difference between this blue line here and the current ridge, the increase in bulk overall we feel is very much acceptable because it just sits against the side elevations of these neighbours. And so our assessment is that wouldn't result in excessive overshadowing to these properties either side at 25 or 21. In terms of the privacy issue, so the dormer sits on the rear elevation of the property and then has views towards the garden. Because of that relationship, you wouldn't get a direct view into any of the principal windows in number 2. and the bedroom is on this side here. There would be some overlooking into the garden area, and we do acknowledge that, but again, that's balanced against the fallback position of what they could do without planning permission, which we've already confirmed. Hope that helps, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hodges. Councillor O'Neill.
Yeah, Chairman. That puts my mind at rest, because they were my observations when I viewed the house from different angles from outside. I must add that I actually think the design itself is actually very attractive. It does fit in with the street scene. There are a number of other similar properties, both in the immediate area and the surrounding area, and I see no reasons for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor O'Neill. Next on my list, I have Councillor Le Pedevin.
Thank you. When I went to visit and looked along the street, between the two junctions, one's Whitfield Avenue, and the name of what I would call the main road has completely escaped me, but between those two junctions, this is the only property that hasn't got some sort of first floor dorm or some sort of window in it, as far as I could see. In fact, I'm positive. I won't say as far as I could see. I checked, and I'm sure it hasn't. So in that respect, this is the one property that's out of character. Now, when they were built, no doubt none of them did, but now the others have all had windows put in, dormers or whatever it is, different sorts of windows. So this is the odd one out from the street scene. So to do what's proposed on the street scene seems to me entirely suitable and appropriate. As regards overlooking at the back, for a start, it is completely over the garden. I can't see any room-to-room overlooking being possible with either 2 Whitfield or any of the other houses round about. It's also looking at the plans of the rear windows. One is a bathroom, one is shared by an ensuite and dressing room, so those two could be obscure glazed. I'm not sure whether there's an addition, but there could be, if we're so minded. So that only leaves one bedroom, and since that's bedroom 3, certainly at the moment, who knows in time to come, if the family grows, I would imagine that may well be a spare bedroom and not much used, but one can't predict these things. But on the whole, I'm very happy, and I'm happy to move that we accept.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hope. Before I return to the list, Councillor Barron. I will point out there is an obscure glazing condition in there already, so yes, just to be clear on that one. But before we go to the move, I will run through the remaining speakers. We have Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. I looked at it, and actually I looked at it before I looked at the principal objection, and I thought from the street scene point of view, I didn't see any problem at all. I thought it would be quite in keeping with the street scene. My one concern, and it remains my concern, was the amount of amenity space that's left over with the rear extension and the effect that would have on number 2 Whitfield Avenue. It is bulkier, it goes out further. If it wasn't sort of straight and consistent along the back and actually had some kind of inset, it might be a little bit better, but I am uncomfortable with the bulk of the rear extension. The fact that it doesn't seem to leave a lot of amenity space even for the dwelling itself, but it certainly seems that it would be dominant over 2 Whitfield Lane and possibly the adjacent property. To me, it seemed to be over bulky on the rear elevation. As I say, the rest of it, the street scene and so on, I don't see any problem, and I can understand why a conservation officer wouldn't have a problem with it. But as I say, I am uncomfortable with that aspect of it.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Just for some clarification, Mr. Hodges, could you provide any insight as to how tall that rear extension would be in terms of the hedge and how much it would be visible? From the plans on the screen, I do see that there appears to be some built form on the other side of the boundary in the back of 2 Whitfield.
that may obscure any visibility of this, or some visibility of it at least. Could you just clarify that for us, please?
Yeah, so just a couple of points, Chairman. So the rear wing is single storey and flat roofed. So you can see that here on the southwest elevation. You've got an indicative 1.8 metre boundary fence there, so you can see the extent to which it would project above a boundary fence. Just in terms of that relationship, in this site plan, you can see there's a garden building in the rear of the neighbour here, and you can see that in the photo I'll show you in a second. And also, number 25 extends back much further into its plot than number 23. So just showing you that on the photos. So here you can see number 25 extends much further back into the plot. So whilst the property will then do this extension along here, taking out what looks like an old style coal shed, it's single storey and flat roofed going along here, so lower than the neighbour. And then when looking back from the property here, so you can see the summer house that was shown on the layout plan, and so the rear single storey extension in effect is going along just in this area here and sits pretty much behind that kind of garden room from the neighbour. Hope that helps.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hodges. That's very helpful indeed. Just returning to the list, Councillor McCormack, I have you next.
Thank you, Chair. I think most of what I was going to say has already been said. I just wanted to say that on the last item, I spoke about very specific architecture within Christchurch, and I'm very happy to see the triangular dormers added in here, because that is one of the very specific architectural details which you would only really know about if you were familiar with Christchurch. So I'm very happy to see them in there. I was going to mention about the overlooking as well. I think Councillor Parvin covered most of that, but yeah, there's a bathroom and an ensuite, which I'm guessing are going to be obstacle glazing. Leaves just the bedroom and the other room, which I believe. So just are these covered by the obscure glazing condition? The bedroom and the other room, which I forgot the name because my laptop just went off. The dressing room. Are they covered by the condition?
Mr. Hodges, could you just confirm that, please?
Yeah, so the intention is to obscure glaze the ensuite and the dressing room and the bathroom, not the bedroom. We would regard that as unacceptable in terms of the outlook for any occupier. It's really poor design if the only option is to obscure glaze a bedroom window. So that's a principal living space that needs to have clear glazing. There's no intention to obscure glaze that window. The condition would cover the bathroom, the dressing room, the ensuite. There's no compelling reason for those to have clear glazing. Just hope that's clear. The bedroom 3 would be a clear glaze window.
Okay, and then just the last point is that this proposal, by the looks of things, would match the rest of Wick Lane, where other properties have been developed in a similar manner. So I can't really see any reason why we'd refuse this in any way. So I'll be supporting this today.
Thank you very much, Councillor McCormack. Last but not least, I have Councillor Lawton.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be supporting this. I think it's a good design. It's not out of kilter with the street scene. I was a bit concerned about privacy issues, but Councillor O'Neill has asked the questions I was going to ask, and Councillor Le Pen has also asked the questions I was going to ask about street scene. I think it fits in well. It's slightly bulky at the back, which I tend to agree with. That is the applicant's choice. That's just a matter of taste. Which I wouldn't have done that, but anyway, that's up to them. I think it's commendable to bring a house which is probably out of condition back into the 20th century. So I highly commend what they're doing, and I shall be supporting the move to recommend granting.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lawton. Do I have any other members wishing to speak before I go to the move? I don't see any hands. I think. Oh, Councillor Barron.
I'll just one point that I haven't touched on. This is one of my reasons for supporting the move. The bulk of the proposed has been mentioned a few times, but it's actually far less than a lot of previous schemes within BCP. So and the lack of amenity space that Councillor Trent mentioned, that's the applicant's choice, and there's many other examples where there's less than ideal amenity space. So that's some more reasons why I'm approving. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barron. I think just before I make the move to the motion, I will just add in my own thoughts. I think that the supporters have already summed up the vast majority of it, but I think just one extra point. From a planning point of view, I always like to see us taking control over something like this that could have a detrimental effect on a neighbour. I think when you look at it, you cannot question that there will be some overlooking, but I think it's far better for us to make sure that we have full control over the level of obscure glazing to make sure that nothing can be done that will have a detrimental effect on a neighbour. I think this is the best of both worlds. I think here the best compromise that we can possibly get. So going to the motion that was put to go with the officer's recommendation from Councillor Pedevin, seconded by Councillor Barron. I will run through everyone in turn. If you are for, please say for. If you're against, please say against. So Councillor Barron.
For.
Councillor Bull.
For.
Councillor Butt.
For.
Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Hall.
I'm going to abstain.
Councillor Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Lawton.
For.
Councillor Pedevin.
For.
Councillor McCormack.
For.
Councillor O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Rice.
For.
Councillor Trent.
Abstain.
And myself, I am for. Mr. Tyler, can I have the numbers, please?
Thank you very much, Chairman. The total number of votes for is 11. There were no votes against and there were 2 abstentions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tyler. So that application is granted as set out in the officer's report. And I would wish the original case officer a get well soon, as I heard he was suffering from COVID. So I hope he recovers swiftly. Now, moving on, we will move to the next item, which is 6D, which is 55 Victoria Avenue. And I would invite Mr. Tom Hubbard to present this one, please.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Hopefully you can see my screen.
We can indeed, Mr. Hubbard, thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, members. So this application is a householder application at 55 Victoria Avenue in Bournemouth. It's for a part single and part 2-storey side extension to the property. The property is in North Bournemouth. It's a detached house and it's part of a crescent of properties set around an area of open space just off the main Victoria Avenue here. You can see from the aerial photo that most of the houses are of a similar design. Most of them are detached. There's a pair of semi-detached properties in the centre, which gives a symmetrical layout to the crescent. Some of the properties have been extended. I would draw members' attention to number 51 here, for example, where you can see there is a first floor extension which has been added, set back from the front of the property, quite similar to the one proposed here. Here's some street scene photos, the top one from the main part of Victoria Avenue, and then on the bottom you've got a view from the front of the property within the crescent. So the extension will be to the side here and here. Here's some other views of the site. Properties sort of fan out, so they're closer at the front, and then the gap between them widens to the rear. This neighbouring property to the side has got some secondary facing windows, which appear to be bathroom windows on the first floor. And on the ground floor, there is a window and a door behind the fence line here. So it's the existing plans. There's an existing detached garage which is to be removed, and the extension will be in here. So these are the proposed plans. You can see the ground floor extension follows the line of the boundary, whereas the upper floor is more square and in line with the side of the existing house. So this means it's got one particular pinch point where it's close to the boundary, but then that distance increases as it moves back. You can see that on the site plan. It will be quite close to the rear of this neighbour here. It's actually shown as 2 properties, but I believe it's actually 1 property. It was converted back to 1 property some time ago. And then on the roof plan, you can see again that that first floor is set back behind the front of the property, and the ground floor extension comes further forward. The existing house has got a prominent front bay feature and a cat slide style roof over the front entrance, which you can see here on the side. So the proposed plans would have a full height first floor, but again, because this is set back from the front, it's not considered to be harmful in design terms. The ground floor extension comes both further forward and further out at the side, following the line of the boundary, but it's got a small pitched roof over rather than a flat roof, which integrates quite well with the design of the property. So overall, the extensions would be close to the boundary, but the first floor element is set back from the front of the property and would not have a negative or cramped appearance in the street. It's close to the neighbouring property to the side, but the windows in that property appear to be secondary windows, and that first floor element is again set back with only one corner on the boundary. The separation distance increases as it goes back. There have been no public objections to the proposals, and the application has been recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hubbard. Mr. Tyler, I don't believe we have any statements whatsoever on this one. Can I confirm that, please?
That is absolutely correct. No public statements for this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And assuming that Mr. Hubbard doesn't have anything to come back in and clarify on the lack of public statements, I will move straight to members. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I visited this property yesterday and walked around the avenue, noting the similarity of design. And indeed, I also noted number 51 did have a two-storey extension. A number of others had single-side extensions. I actually think the design is sympathetic to its location and has been well designed, and I can't see a reason I would move to accept if the time is right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor O'Neill. I will just look for other speakers. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. Happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Hilliard. Do I have any further speakers on this one? No, I think we're all in agreement. There's very little wrong with this one, aren't we? So in that case, I will move to the vote just for posterity's sake. So I will call everyone's names in order. Councillor Barron.
For.
Councillor Butt.
For.
Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Hall.
For.
Councillor Hilliard. For. Councillor Lawton.
For.
Councillor Lepevin. Councillor McCormack.
For.
Councillor O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Rice.
For.
Councillor Trent.
For.
And myself also for. I believe that makes it unanimous, Mr. Tyler.
It does indeed. 12 votes for, none against, no abstentions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tyler, and thank you very much, Mr. Hubbard.
Thank you.
So that application is granted as set out in the officer's report. And we will move on, last but not least, to item 6E, 22 Upper Golf Links Road. And I will invite Mr. Llewellyn to present, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. If you can just confirm for me that the presentation is sharing with you.
Yes, we can see you, Mr. Llewellyn.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So this is an application, it's a household application for the installation of 2 rows of solar panels within the rear garden of number 22 Upper Golf Links Road. So the application site is located on the eastern side of Upper Golf Links Road, occupied by a large 2-storey detached dwelling, dated from the Edwardian period. As you can see from the site location plan and the aerial photograph, property is situated within a large plot with established tree and landscape planting that's very much characteristic of the road of Upper Golf Links Road and the surrounding area. As I've mentioned, the application is seeking permission for the installation of 2 rows of solar panels within the rear garden of the property. The 2 rows of solar panels would each contain 7 solar panels each and would measure approximately 12.6 metres in length, and there would be a 0.7 metre separation between the 2 rows. So you can just see on that left-hand image, just highlighting to you now, the 2 rows of solar panels that are proposed adjacent to that northern boundary. You can see on the aerial photograph then to the right, the 2 blue strips indicating the position or the approximate position of the 2 rows of solar panels within that garden. Just then very quickly in terms of the indicative elevations, so the solar panels will be mounted on consoles on the ground level. So the image to the right hand side just showing you a typical console that would be fitted to the ground, and the solar panel would sit on top of that. And then the left hand image is just showing you indicative elevations of how the 2 rows of solar panels would appear. And just in terms of the actual position within the garden, just take you through some photographs. So the 2 panels would sit, 2 rows of panels would sit adjacent to this northern boundary, just indicating to you on the screen on that top left image. And then just along this area where you've got the gravelled stones, just along that line adjacent to the hedgerow. And then again, just 2 further photographs indicating the position of the 2 solar panels. So in terms of issues, proposed solar panels, they would occupy, as you can see from the screen, a small area of the rather spacious plot, would be discreetly located within the rear garden where they would be screened from public view. As such, they would not cause any harm to the character and appearance of either the street scene or the wider surrounding area. In terms of residential amenity, the proposed solar panels would be largely screened from view from the neighbouring properties, given the existing boundary treatments that exist and the modest scale of the actual panels themselves. And in addition, they would not cause any harm to residential amenity by virtue of noise, vibration, overshadowing or harmful emissions. And the panels would provide an effective renewable energy source and make a positive contribution to tackling climate change. Therefore, the application is recommended to you for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Llewellyn. Mr. Tyler, if I can just confirm you, there are no speakers registered either in support or in objection, but I do believe we have a ward councillor wishing to speak.
That's correct, Chairman. I understand that Councillor Slade is now on the call and would like to address the committee.
Whenever you're ready, Councillor Slade.
Thank you, Chair. This is just a brief intervention just to clarify for those people who are watching. I'm sure you've made the point already. This is only coming to committee because this is the home of a councillor, and therefore it's appropriate that it is seen to be done transparently. Just wanting to show my support for this application and my encouragement for more people who perhaps do have homes that aren't suitable for solar PV on their roofs to use the space in their gardens to improve the ability to generate renewable power. As the officer has said, the location of this at the top of the hill and the height of the hedges means that there's absolutely no glare on neighbours, which you might expect from something which is ground mounted, and you know is really well screened. So I just want to show my support and encourage more people to take on projects like this, and I really hope that the application gets unanimous support today.
The Slade. I will now open it up to members. Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. The one thing I did sort of look carefully at from the report, the positioning of it, and I'm reassured on it, was the position and whether it would create any glare. And that's only because I had a phone message at the weekend, which I've still to follow up actually, regarding some roof tiles on someone's roof that was causing enormous glare problems. But that was that's roof tiles, and that was, at a level where it affected people nearby. But I think these panels being in a rear garden, surrounded by trees and so on, that really prevent it from reflecting into anyone else's property, I think, makes it perfectly acceptable. But, I just wanted to note that fact because I'd had it raised with me at the weekend, and I wouldn't want to not be even-handed.
Absolutely, Councillor Trent. Thank you very much. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, when I first read this, I thought it was an interesting proposition, so I did visit again yesterday. I suppose my observations are the development itself, or the intention of the development, is not obtrusive to anybody. I can't see that it would do anybody any harm, and I can't see that there's much to debate about it. So at the right time, I'll support a move to approve.
Thank you very much, Councillor O'Neill. I do have Councillor Barron to come next, so before I take that as an official move, I will come to Councillor Barron.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, obviously we've got to look at this application as we would any other. And my question would be, who owns the hedging, the screening, behind the proposed site, behind the area?
Mr. Llewellyn, could you
It's been cut back almost.
Could you confirm that, Mr. Llewellyn? Have you got any insight into that?
I believe it's in the ownership of the adjacent property. If I just take you back to the photographs, you can see it has been pruned back on the application side. So I believe it's actually located within the adjacent property, but obviously the applicant's entitled to prune back to the boundary any hedge that overhangs that boundary line.
Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn. Councillor Barron?
Yeah, that's absolutely fine, and it looks like a beach, so that should come back quite nicely. If the ownership was in the applicant's land and could be removed, and then the neighbours could end up looking at the back of panels, that could be a bit of an issue. But no, I'm happy to support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barron. Councillor Pellemin?
Thank you. I mean, I absolutely support this. My comment, possibly not appropriate at this stage, but I want to get it in, is about the report and the lack of any visuals in the report at all. We had no plan of the garden to know where these panels would be located, and we had no illustration of what was meant by a console. I assumed a console was going to be quite high off the ground. It isn't, it's ground level. It would be very helpful if we'd had a couple of illustrations.
I do agree with you there, Councillor Le Pedevin, and it's good that we've had them in the presentation today to provide that extra. Yes, no, I do agree with you there, Councillor Le Pedevin.
But I'm very, very much supporting, and I'll second a move or propose a move or.
Well, I will at this point return to Councillor O'Neill as he did propose earlier, but I will just go back now and take that officially if Councillor O'Neill still wishes to propose that.
Definitely, thank you.
Thank you very much, and I will look for a seconder. Councillor Lawton. Thank you very much. Did you wish to speak at all, Councillor Lawton? Okay.
No, totally in favour of this. All credit to Mike Brooks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In which case, I will move to the vote on this one. The motion is to grant as set out in the officer's report. And again, I will do the usual running through of names. Councillor Barron.
For.
Councillor Butt.
For.
Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Hall.
For.
Councillor Hilliard. For. Councillor Lawton.
For.
Councillor Le Pedevin.
For.
Councillor McCormack.
For.
Councillor O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Rice.
For.
Councillor Trent.
For.
And myself also for. I believe that is again unanimous.
That is correct, Chairman. 12 votes for, none against, and no abstentions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In which case that application is granted. And at this point we do come to the end of the agenda. So I will thank all members of the public who provided a contribution to today's meeting. I will thank all the officers and the members, and we'll close.